do most Polish stores accept euros as well? No, we don't use euro in our country. Why didn't I hear a sub? What? Yo, bonus! Thank you much for the 3 months. Jesus Christ, this avatar. You scare me. Thank you much for the ongoing support. New subscriber badge for you, my friend. How are you doing? How's your day? Alright, so let's see what we have here. This is the first round between Ascent and SMB. Pora and Killjoy. Izzy. It's nothing surprising here. And nothing really surprising here as well. Very standard lineups, apart from the fact that Ascent finally started playing Astra instead of playing something like an Omen, which is still something that SMB plays. And in theory, I do think that is a big change. Astra is just so much more versatile than Omen. She's definitely a big part of successful executes on attack.
We saw yesterday how much G2 were able to fix their issues even on similar maps and then come back through and actually come back versus Sentinels. So it definitely is something workable for Supermassive Blaze, but I can tell you now...
5-man push from SMB towards A. Pora is only playing from this area, while everyone else is just in mid to be able to rotate fast, so A is completely open. Which is fine. Like on a pistol round, I feel like this is actually a decent strat. They're pushing through mid. So A is for free. That's a lot of damage. Look at Brave. He got so much damage. 90 damage. Just because he went for the button to close the doors, man. So this is like the price of the utility. For Killjoy's utility, Achilles right here, for the like 400 credits, he dealt 90 damage. That's a good trade, I would say, right? Remember that they have a Sage, so this will be negated.
Yeah, the full retake gonna have to come into play here for the side of Ascend. Now they're gonna be looking to try and come on the flank and pick off the man of Brave, but already looking to try and spot out those remaining players. Will probably call for a little bit of support.
Oh, nice shot by CNED, still with the dash online. He gets out of there, not sectioned in by the Nano Swarm. They've caught Brave as well. Now it's only the players on the site, and they're going to start to feel overwhelmed. Players coming from every single angle. Shock darts in for damage, but they somehow get away with all the kills. 5 and 4 darts in for, and they're going to start to feel overwhelmed. Players coming from every single. Now it's only the players on the site in by the Nano. Oh, nice shot by CNED.
It's 5v4. Bonkold is 22 HP. Killers is 22 HP. Zeke gets a kill. 5v3. How is it possible that they don't win this? Let's take a look. How is it possible that they don't win this retake in a 5v3 on a pistol round? With Zeke still having 2 shock darts, and he has no time for the recon, so you can only use the shock darts, but that's about it. Do they have anything else? Starks still has the wall, and that's about it. How is it? Hello, Exa. I woke up earlier than expected, but started packing things already, which is good. Gonna get groceries in a bit as well. Good for you, my friend. What do you think about KO? Are people sleeping on him? I think KO is a very good entry fragger, but teams don't like playing him as an entry fragger, so I don't think he's gonna be played so far. He's not a great supportive character, in my opinion.
They've caught Brave.
No one is peeking yet.
As well.
Zeke is over peeking currently. He has no support, and he's gonna be exposed, right? If he wide swings. But he doesn't wide swing, so he just gets info. CNED gets almost stunned by his own Astra. That Astra is using the stun to get people out from heaven. Like, this is a good play. Like, look, CNED is here. He knows that he's being affected by this, and they do it on purpose. This stun from Astra on this area here, right? This is meant to affect the people underneath, and they need to get out because of that. So this is good. And now they double swing here. Look, this is actually, this is well played. Double peek, wide one swing, one short swing, and double peek from doors, and then a CNET push from heaven. Like, this is all done correctly. Right? So why does it fail? Hello?
Sight.
He gets a kill on Astra. Let's get headshotted. CNET fails the kill on Pora. That's the biggest one. He just whiffs massively. Starkso does get the kill on Russ. And it's still 3v2. This shock dart actually misses. And Easy gets a kill on Keelys, and suddenly it's 22. So it's actually, the thing is, this is falling apart because of CNET, unfortunately. That's it. That's very fucking unfortunate.
Get away with all the kills. 5 and 4 HP left between Pora and Izzy, but Supermassive Blaze.
I was wondering if I could ask you a question about Chaos ult. Usually when you use an ult, say Vipers for example, but you're killed right as the ult announcement is being said, the ult is considered as used. When Chaos is killed during the ult announcement, however, is it considered as used, but he's not eligible for his review. Is right aware of this?
Almost perfect retake coming in from Ascend, but just can't get the final kills.
I actually don't know, Equalite. Do you have a clip of that? Wow, tech pass after the first round. Unlucky. This is not an important round. Alright.
That's why enemy hands can actually
look how more it will be huge, but as we said, the weapon
Yeah.
world
this next round are going to Blade Storm and opening pick. King back considering not the can play down, and when you press
minutes said before that.
What is with those feed cams, man?
Into the start out with, but that was something we used to see in Counter-Strike. We used to see a lot of CIS teams in particular. I remember speaking to Finn.
Cena didn't connect a single operator shot in the first half. We'll see. We'll see. That's a long break. Holy fuck. I mean break. A technical break. Alright, so this is the bonus round for SMB. So they fake a push with a paranoia. Right, this is the fake push. Then they go for mid. Everything is by Ascend defended in the tree area by Killjoy utilities that can play a double stack on A. Then pretty standard on other locations. And CNET is playing a Phantom, by the way. This is the first time ever he bought a Phantom in a competitive game. This is literally the first time ever CNET is buying a Phantom in a competitive game in a tournament. He never bought a Phantom before. Fun fact, but it's true. I was checking those stats for EMEA playoffs, and he never bought a Vandal. This is literally the first time.
Brave did sell that Spectre we talked about a little bit earlier on. He's playing just with the Sheriff, and again, the intention is most likely to get Izzy a kill, get that Blade Storm online, and
look at the setup here. Essentially, this Alarma bot has a range like this. This is the range of the Alarma bot, right? So honestly, I do think like this is a little bit awkward because the Nanoswarm location is pretty good, but this, if they go slow, then this Alarma bot doesn't really connect with any of those Nanoswarms. So the job of the Nanoswarms is not to deal any damage, not to catch people off guard, like an example in area of the button, but to just stop them from pushing. So I don't really like this, because if you use two, right? There's one and there's a second one. Then you're doing this to like set up typically a lethal, at least on one guy. So you put typically your alarm bot a little bit more closer to the actual like space where an execute will go through. So an example, the range of this thing will be ending here. So when someone commits, right? When someone is pushing through, he gets caught by the alarm bot when he's already committed, and then you pop the mollies. The thing is, this might then catch people off guard on A if someone is standing here, right? Because this guy might actually kill him because of that, which might not be great. There's also an option of activating just this one when this alarm bot is activated, right? So when someone reaches this line, the alarm bot gets activated, and this Nanoswarm is activated alone. And then you use the second one if they wait it out.
Spread out the funds a little bit more evenly.
Okay, let's see how many he will activate. Pora seems to actually just push through. He activates both. So Pora actually pushes through with no respect towards utility. I find this very surprising. Like they go, look, they go here on shift. In this spot here, when he is moving here, he hears this and he hears this when he reaches this spot as well. So he just has no respect towards this utility, and I find this very odd. Because if you know there's an alarm bot and a Killjoy Nanoswarm so close to you, you typically don't want to just commit, because you know your team will not follow you because of the Nanoswarms. But remember, they're playing on a LAN which has a problem with white noise, so he might actually not hear this, which is a big problem. Or is it called the bonus round? It's called the bonus round because they are saving cash for the next round to have a full buy. So this is a round that are not expected to win, but if they win it, it's a bonus.
Played Storm online and spread out the funds a little bit more evenly. In fact, he's holding a bit of a solo play.
See, no one is able to follow this up, while Pora is now very deep. And he dies. So yeah, I don't even understand why he pushed alone. That like made no sense. Very awkward. And easy, what? That's another weird decision making by Izzy. Look, Izzy is 6 out of 7, right? I don't know. So he plays to win, I guess. Because they could build up economy next round if he uses his daggers. Okay, so he plays to win, which is nice. Or it's just a reflex. It's 4v4. He goes for the knives. No, wait. It's 3 versus 4. And he dashes in to activate the knives inside of the smoke. I'm not sure I like this. In a situation like this, when he's not even full HP, it's a 3 versus 4. He has a Vandal. He could drop the Vandal as well to someone else right now. Of course, they don't have the time, right? But if they would plan this, he could actually play Vandal with someone for his team and not him, because now the Vandal is useless. Like, this is not min-maxed. And yeah. And this is the problem with the lower health. He just dies to a body spam.
But Killers is there to shut him out. They're making this one costly, that's for sure, but still a 2 versus 3 for the defenders.
Yeah, another player drop, leaving Turco all by himself, but he was described as a clutch player. This time, he won't be finding anything. A round found for Ascend, 2 players lost.
Yes, Vibu.
Considering Bladestorm was used up as well, I don't see that.
What is the white noise problem? The live crowd? No, it's the white noise is being mixed with the audio in game, which is not something that should be happening. The audio in game should have a separate output than a white noise, and you should use in-ears and overhead headphones at the same time. So you have two sets in your head, but they are not using that. So yeah.
Possibility that we'll see Supermassive Blaze bounce back, and I think they need to. I want to see them get off to a strong start in this series.
So they play a default now. SMB, I mean.
Players are really put to the test. Has their preparation worked out? And this was a map that they definitely stood a chance at taking before with the 2-1 lead. Let's see what they can build on. Ascend, obviously, having Zeke on that Odin is a big investment in these early rounds. And Izzy takes a headshot.
Seen it with that Phantom Man.
The pressure into mid, and CNET's getting not only an opener, but he's finding a lot of information. The spike also down very far away, so they're going to have to go for a full rotation just to pick that one back up again, and it will burn quite a bit of...
I'm very happy to see CNET actually convert to a Phantom. Like, you need to. If you're playing on a jet, specifically also on attack, you need to play with a Phantom. There's just no way you can play a Vandal. And I'm very happy to see that CNET realized that. Because he's a very successful player, right? But this is like a very, very self-conscious decision to finally swap to the Phantom. Can you explain why? Type an exclamation mark Phantom.
But the fact that he's slowly adding tools that he can wield within the server is going to be great for Ascend. The utility cycle.
Wait, did we talk about that?
No, I would say more recently, but it seems to be working at least killers and moving over to this Killjoy more recently.
Nah, never mind. They talk about Killjoy and Achilles.
The utility cycle on this push is working out perfectly for Ascend. As you look at their recon vault just now coming back online for Zeke, he's going to be able to lob that in as soon as he's hearing the orb being taken, and that's massive information for them to play with. He has the Odin to work with as well, so that's going to be straight away to take down the Killjoy ultimate. The lockdown not in effect in 20 seconds.
Interesting wall by Turco, by Starkso. Look at that shit. He gets additional cover, but the thing is, when did he play this wall?
On this push is working out perfectly for Ascend.
So he's using the wall right now. So this is a very conscious decision. The Sage wall is lasting 40 seconds, right? The Sage wall is lasting 40 seconds. And the reason why he's doing this right now, look. This is very, very interesting. Not many people do something like this. Because of the wall, it helps the attackers to go initially through B main because they're not worried about CT, right? But typically they would also just smoke CT, so it doesn't matter. While Starkso, by putting this wall right now, he guarantees that it's not being spammed when it's being built on lower HP. But what it does, it makes sure that he can help on site with the Sova and have a double stack on one angle, which is lane, without being exposed to stairs, because people have to destroy the wall first. And they will have not enough time to do that and push him at the same time. Very, very good move by Stark. So very simple one, but very efficient in a way they're gonna play on site. It's very good wall. When in theory, it's not a good wall. But because of the timing, because of the amount of time on the clock, and because of the fact that he needs to play with Zeke, Starkso actually plays this exceptionally well.
Information for them to play with. He has the Odin to work with as well, so that's going to be sprayed straight away to take down the Killjoy ultimate.
And he also gets like a nice off angle because he's able to pop in and pop out, like whoop, whoop, right? It gives him an edge when it comes to positioning, because this is not an angle you can typically play unless you're a Reyna. Oh shit, my bad. You can play in this position because, you know, you can go in and out without being exposed, because if you don't have this wall, you're exposed here, but because of the wall, you're not exposed anymore. So you gain an additional off angle even if you're playing a character like Sage and not a Reyna or a Jet. very good. Like, no one sees this coming. This is why Tuker's like, oh, what the fuck?
Left. Supermassive Blaze have been completely outplayed. They need to just run into a stacked up site, and Ascend are toying with them, just running the clock down. 10 seconds to get the spike planted, and there's still so many players on this.
Very well played.
Ascend and Supermassive.
Now a full stack of A. CNET plays with his blades. And he dropped a gun to someone. Did he die in the previous round? Yeah, he died. Okay, so he's not gonna rebuy it because he wants to play operator next round.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point on the attack, they, as I said, they looked lost. They didn't know what to do. They gambled on just that lockdown working out.
One way. The one way is being countered by the turret.
And we said it was a huge investment out of Zeke to go in for that weapon. But it
Bonkold goes for the stun pull combo. Interesting. He gets the kill in Pora, man.
Around like this, where that's probably the most play. It's going to become fairly difficult. There's only going to be these dirty little setups pulling players into angles, and especially in a round like this where there's only going to be pistols in play, it's going to become fairly difficult.
Best gun in the game.
I've ever seen fired off in one go. But hey,
best gun in the game. Hello, Lays. How you doing?
Flawless for the side of Ascend. I don't think they're going to mind.
A couple of kills would have been nice for the attackers there. I think they have a small pause. Don't get to farm time. Reality, fire round looked abysmal, and that got destroyed with 20 seconds left.
And he just held left click. That's it. That's all he did. All right. So now Ascend has an operator. A is being played on retake because Killers has his ultimate. That's an easy read, by the way. And it's interesting to see that not many teams actually capitalize on it because they would have gotten A for free, right? Like almost everyone plays this way. Like almost everyone plays A retake if they have the A available with the lockdown. And this could be just easy as planned for SMB. I wonder if that's something that they just didn't realize, or is it a conscious decision? Because, you know, even if that lockdown is available, it doesn't matter much. Like it's still like you get the plant for free, and there's an option of destroying it as well, right? You could play to destroy it because you have a Sova that could have a lineup for the specific spot, right? Which is this one. So I wonder. What's your opinion on Jett not being nerfed because of main reason Valorant works? No, I don't think she's the reason Valorant works. Games without a Jett are actually very interesting. But you're not gonna see a game without a Jett. Type in exclamation mark Jett, by the way. Happy birthday, Derek.
This time around, they won't have that crutch to play with, so I'm curious what their strategy is going to be.
Well, early information seems to be the aim of the game. Passing of the
Oof.
tries to peek off the back of it, but
Oof. He gets tagged twice. No one destroyed that drone, bro. How is no one destroying the drone for him, man? That's just like disgraceful. Oh my god, dude. Dr. Delta 150, thank you very much for the whoopest Twitch ticket. Welcome to family. And if you could introduce yourself, where you're from, that would be absolutely amazing, my friend. How are you doing?
Well, I can see the smile on Mitch's face.
I mean,
why you bullying me?
Resisted, can you? As soon as he got tagged up that second time, he was like, "Oh, I'm in trouble.
I'm in danger."
He's being punished for it this time around. Zeke coming in huge with the Odin, a staple of defensive side Ascent. Ascend on 3 rounds, and the buy round for Supermassive Blaze, they again need to find a solution. They had the early opening onto Starzo, removing the res from Ascend's hands, but they still need to get into a site.
Hello, Peliox.
Push A. CNET is here all alone, but he has an operator and a dash still online, waiting to find a victim. There's the dash out. Oh, he's even
Did he hit him? He hit him. He has 49 HP, man. Now, he was actually shooting on top of generator because of Bray's ultimate.
There's the dash out. Oh, he's even going for the spam. I like it. It's a good attempt, but now
but he actually teleports on Gen. That is, I don't understand this teleport from Brave. Achoo. Why? Why do you go from here to Gen?
Here all alone, but he has an operator and
I don't get it.
But now they're gonna have to just play for the post line, right? Yep.
I really don't get this one.
A lot of information.
He's so worried about the operator that he just doesn't want to play A main because of that. It's very odd. It's very odd. He could have just played it, right? But I guess he's so worried about the operator, he doesn't want to do it. Very odd. Gain time? By doing what? He doesn't gain anything.
You almost feel like the attackers are going to have to try and fight for some tree control, otherwise this is going to become incredibly difficult.
But also his ultimate is not really useful.
There are a couple of shot darts, but I don't know if they're going to
because it's an Omen ult.
land it from here.
Important to break the wall first just so that they
And look at this, look. And now he went from side to A. He went back, he just literally wasted his ult. They know Kilius is coming with the ultimate. That was like coming the way. I know for sure Lotta doesn't have a brony. Unfortunately, I do not. One of the reasons is because my daughter is sick and we're busy keeping her company. So hopefully next week, alright?
There are a couple of shot darts, but I don't know if they're going to be able to land.
I don't get it, man. I really don't.
Break the wall first, just so that they can't focus entirely on the lockdown. They have to worry about CNED coming in from above, and as the lockdown comes to fruition, Russ is staying in position. He catches them off guard and grabs a kill. That's good work by Russ, thinning out the numbers of the defensive side, but they're still covering this. The spray from the Odin grabs a
really terribly played by SMB, honestly. But they still win. Lul.
Oh, they don't?
Time's a little, and that covering this, the spray from the Odin grabs a triple out of Zeke, and that
Unlucky. Lol, what?
From the Odin grabs a
So played terribly by both teams. Alright.
For Supermassive Blaze by a fraction of a second in it.
Yeah, I think.
Hope she feels better. She had during the night she had a 38.4. So we gave her some medicine. She has to get like her urine tested today and so on. But you guys don't want to listen about that.
It was very close to getting it to half, and that would have been the round completely over, but it's just that late peek out to find the headshot onto him, which makes, because the
more body blocking would have been nice and probably would have won the round, but the target selection was on point there. A little bit more body blocking would have been nice. Probably would have won the round, but these are such minute things. You can never really fix those up in the moment. Drone's going to be destroyed right away, but it's valuable. 400 credits committed, but it takes CNED out of that position in aggressive mid control. He is still sitting around here, still with the dash online, so he's going to play that little bit more aggressive and look to catch them as they come on through. Already up close is Izzy, and he catches him off guard. A quick headshot, and opt to be retrieved potentially by Supermassive Blaze. And more importantly, the man advantage is now theirs.
Wow, Izzy with double kill. Zeke with the left click. It's very important to know when you play Odin is that you need to be very efficient with the left click, because the right click is not good for peeking. If you ever peek, you need to peek with the left click, because the right click has like an activation time.
He's still doing work with this Odin. The problem now is he's completely isolated. His teammates have gone pushing, taking control over the back of mid. They'll know that it is.
I was seeing it both operator back to back before getting any kills or winning the round. Because he's a jet. What? Power has again the ultimate? And this time Zeke is not able to destroy it. But he can hide in the corner. Ah, never mind. I forgot that he has Hunter's Fury. Lul. Oh, the good spam.
Huge damage done. These other players 50 HP.
And he's
isn't even going to be down. 30 bullets left in the magazine.
Yeah.
No, it's more than enough. That's 4 kills for Zeke on the backside.
Yeah, my friends.
All alone with 9 left.
Yeah, my friends. This is not well played by
peak swinging in to close out the
by SMB, man.
And Zeke really showing up on this Odin.
Yeah, we saw him playing Aegis. We'll see how it goes. And as well, and he just
that paranoia was botched.
Towards this side of
If they hit the paranoia, he's dead. They don't hit it, they're dead.
In a row, there's going to be an adaptation. The Sand are not going to keep doing the same thing, and you see that now. They're playing a bait setup with an Astra Star to try to pull them in.
My parents don't know I'm not going to school today, so I have to sneak out of the house to my mom somewhere around 12 p.m.
Bang away when the pull does come through.
You're crazy.
See these drones for information. The wall hold.
I love how the observers turn off the enemy wall hacks during the suspenseful times. Yes, and clutches, that's actually very cool because you appreciate the players' like decision making, right? Because like if you see this subconsciously, you're like, oh, he's ready, you know, or like he should know, but he doesn't know. Oh no, Messias.
For anybody to try and get aggressive into long, but
Like it's actually interesting that it changes so much for the viewers. Like they don't appreciate the personal prowess of the players, of how they play the game, until he actually gets like multi-kills, because mentally you think that this player already knows that they're behind the wall.
the fact is for now they're almost just waiting to see if someone on Ascend gets a little bit cheeky.
Well, that's the idea, right? The drone just spotted 2 players outside of A, and so hopefully someone on B pushes, or someone gets a little bit aggressive down middle. But it's not going to happen. Not with the setup they have. Killjoy and Astra holding down pretty much 66% of the map, and a 3-man stack on the A side, ready to take these fights against the pistol. Still.
What? What is this dash?
6% of the map, and a 3-man stack on the
What is this dash for?
A side.
So the only reason he's dashing this is in case someone stands here in this area. That is very odd. I don't like
Ready
this.
to take these fights again.
No, it's not even for that. It's not even for that. Because he's fully exposed, and fully exposed to wine as well. So the only reason he does this is to push into wine to check it. But he has the spike as well. What?
Against the pistols. Still.
So he checks wine, and now he's on wine, but he doesn't have the dash anymore. It's not clearing A main fast. It's only clearing wine. That's it. But the thing is, now they don't have a dash for execute on site. And they could have cleared this anyway. He had knives, so he can challenge the guy in wine if he peeks. I don't know. It's pretty odd. It's not a misclick because he does this. He does the double cloud burst to essentially do exactly support his dash. So this is a very careful decision making. He essentially used 200 dash just to clear wine. And now they don't have anything for the execute because he's not able to dash on site and he only has 1 smoke left. And Brave has 1 smoke left as well. So they're being exposed, and CNET has very, very easy way of getting kills. This is why I don't like this, right? It's an eco buy, so one could say in chat, of course, hey, but man, why do you care? It's an eco buy. But the thing is, this is the only way of increasing the odds of actually winning the round. If they have the jet dash with the main weapon of the team, which is the Blade Fury, to actually go on site and try to win a round. So if he doesn't have that, he is less more useful for the team.
Storm is online for Izzy, as we've seen.
And now Paura, remember this? Remember about what I said? About the lurker? Look, Paura makes a huge blunder. Here's 1 player, right? Well, now it looks like 10. There's 1 player here, Paura. 4 players here. This is execute. This is lurker. But because Paura attacks first and this team doesn't do anything, right? Essentially, he becomes the execute and we have 4 lurkers. Big blunder by Pora right now. Big blunder. He should have been waiting for this team to actually create pressure on A before he goes into this area.
And that's the real point of danger. The shot not going to be connected by CNET right away. The sprays.
Yeah, see this. This is the thing. They have no way of crossing. They have no way of crossing the operator because they only had 1 smoke for this area. And they didn't use anything here. And imagine if Izzy actually had his 3 cloud bursts, so he could do cloud burst, cloud burst, cloud burst, or like cloud burst, an example, right? And then dash. But he doesn't have that because he wasted it to clear wine. And then he misses the right click. And CNET misses as well. And he still gets the kill. My god, dude. Look at this.
But Izzy has made it to the site. Starzo is taken down, but the shot is missed. That classic fight that goes Izzy's way. He's even going in for the spike plants, and it looks like he's going to get it. This is huge. Supermassive Blaze now have a lot more control to play with than it looked like in the early round. Turco down below with a Vandal, and the first kill is his. 8 bullets left. The Odin trying to find him, spraying into the dark, looking those final tags, what they'll have to drop on him eventually. And here they come. Zeke.
He's boxed in, literally. How did they even get it this close? Oh, some unfortunate duels, I would say. But this is really not well played by SMB. Really not well played by SMB. Like, everything is backwards here.
And still, Izzy manages to at least make orbs for other players here and there as well. So it's not the worst round. The problem for now, though, is that we need to see them starting to get back onto the board again. As we know that Supermassive Blaze should have a decent defensive side, but I don't think Ascend are any slouches on the attack.
Yeah, well, that's really the problem, right? And for Supermassive Blaze, again, let's remember the context. They barely won that pistol round. It came down to 9-8.
Any counter on of the new Astra wall trick? The new body blocking Astra trick that I called out 4 months ago? Lul. Just pre-fire the angle or use utility to clear those angles, my friend.
HP on 2 players to put them 2-0 up. There really has been very little success with Pora constantly farming up.
My message doesn't post? What do you mean, Lace? You got called a fucking simp or a sugar mammy? By whom? Fuck him.
Those lockdowns, but they never really do anything for them. The counter's always there on the other side. The mid control that Supermassive Blaze have found again and
What?
again. Works. The counter's
That's uncharacteristic for CNET to die in a location like this. That's really uncharacteristic to die like this for CNET. Ooh, imagine if he gets like a double kill here. Getting 2 would be ideal, but he gets only 1. So it's 3 versus 4. Starkster has the res, but he cannot use it. Keelys is so far away. Boncold is so far away. And now Starks is alone. He has no more slows. And he's being pushed from market and he knows about that. Or the guy from market is actually in spawn and Boncold needs to be aware of him. So this is a problem. Now he knows. Okay, so they don't know. The thing is that Boncold and Achilles don't know if someone's still here. But the one player that CNET was battling with is now on stairs because Saxo hears them. So there's a smaller chance someone will be in this area, but there's still a chance.
He has to take the duels as they come on through this choke point.
Imagine having a Phantom.
And they just swing wide, taking him down, finding the B site. And Supermassive Blaze may just have found an answer to getting into this site and winning a round.
I posted a match, but it didn't post because the channel doesn't allow it or something, but it's fine. Oh, you mean the moderator, the automatic moderator didn't allow like a certain word. Could happen. Like we have like some pretty severe settings on that moderator to not have like random raids of bots and shit like that, you know, those hate raids.
Oh, that's 2 instant shots. It's into the
Jesus
1 versus
Christ.
1. The turret may not spot out Poro at least for the moment, but it gives
Okay.
just that little bit of extra
Wait, what?
information. I think he thinks he's over into the boathouse, so Poro will
Well, he got fucked by the turret, man.
The turret may not spot out Poro at least for the moment.
What? That is a bug. It actually it looked like it shoots in this direction. Turret just glitched them. Oh my god, that's unfortunate for Achilles, man. That's really unfortunate for him.
Will close it way too close for comfort, and only one man standing again. Supermassive Blaze, since they've got into the buys, they haven't had a clean round.
I mean, the problem for them has been getting through those choke points, getting on convincing. Was it a acceptable round? Still,
surviving and one. So
I don't know, this match is really not interesting so far. What happened here with Pora? Zeke has a massive shock dart here. Where is he throwing from? Okay, so he's standing on mid. And he just pre-shock darts
0 players surviving and 1. So
the player in B-Link.
They're still in the bin, and for the defensive side,
For 90, man. That's pretty fucking crazy.
Perfectly. It landed on his feet.
That's a good one.
No shields left off such a cheap piece of
That is really good.
Zeke's on fire right now, but look at the ultis for Ascend. We talked about it already. Starzos had the res the entire game and just no opportunities to use it. This time might be a little bit different. Kilez is holding.
I'm gonna do analysis more matches after this one. We'll see. At 2 PM, I'm gonna be playing golf with subs.
Using that lockdown as we saw before, but Russ obviously.
Crazy Raccoon versus Gambit was a fuckfest too. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch that one. I know it wasn't anything interesting.
But that's the thing, we've got a lot of ultimates online, but some that will just be used as direct counter.
See, this is where Easy actually does his job well. Although he's exposed to many angles. I'm not sure I like this dash because it's so exposed, but this is what the Jets need to do on an opening, right? He just dashes through, creates space. Now, if a player is playing... But he didn't check anything, by the way. Wait. Let me check this. Let me fucking check this.
But that's the thing, we've got a lot of ultimates online.
There's the arrow. So I think he's not side dashing because of the arrow. Yeah, he's not side dashing because of the arrow. But I think this is a bad habit. Even if the arrow is here, right? You should still side dash. Check this, or at least check this. Like, that's what I think, but, you know, it's my opinion. Min-maxing stuff, right? Because this arrow could have been smoked. Imagine if CNET is actually playing here and smokes off the arrow and Izzy dashes without checking this corner or this corner. This guy could just have a really good trigger discipline because he wasn't being checked. So this is actually a big thing, in my opinion. And this dash forward is actually not done properly.
To others. So if anything for now,
see, they're not even checking it because of the arrow, but imagine man. It could have been terrible. Oh, what the fuck. 320 damage from a single ultimate and 90 damage from shock darts. Zeke right now in this round dealt this damage, this damage, this damage, and this damage. I'm sorry, not he dealt like less of this, but he literally damaged half of the HP available in that team. Holy shit, the impact.
He's done a lot of damage off the back, and actually Killers has gone down to the nano.
And Kitties, because of that, gets the kill and triggers the ultimate. And now the lockdown is being countered by Russ.
Swarm, a little bit of a surprise. We're going to see those ults go out exactly the same time, but one's already going to be destroyed by the Hunter's Fury.
It's interesting that he put the lockdown in such position because it's not close to the wall. This ultimate could actually be destroyed. If you put it so far away from the wall, it could be spammed from the... I think it could be... I'm not certain, actually. But I think it could be spammed from here. Especially with an Odin or an Operator. But if you put it close to the wall, because of the angle, it can never get spammed. And it's just a very small nitpicky thing.
Are going pretty well so far for Ascend.
They're gonna bail out, let this...
Wait, they're all getting... What? What?
Lockdown go to completion.
All of
That's
them.
a big problem. All three players today.
What?
Down, Brave finding two, and it's all down to CNET, who's still trapped. That is a big loss for us. Down to three players today.
Fuck is what is the plan here? Did they not realize that the ult is there? What just happened, man?
Let this lockdown go to complete. Finding two. Big loss for
There's no logical explanation to this.
Basically just gave
Look at was going to go
use. I mean, that's a good that red moving into
Ascend on the 5 sheriffs round. That's about it. CNET is 5 out of 7. Starkso has an ult, but he won't use it unless they have an advantage.
I find it hard to believe they'll get a whole lot done. Supermassive Blaze are going to be acutely aware of what Ascend have and the weaknesses that they're bringing into this round. So it's all about just grouping up. And in fact, look at how passive they are.
Playoffs prediction?
They literally have 2 players sat outside.
Well, Sentinels probably will win.
Back in the spawn, looking to just take these.
What are the other matches?
They do come around.
G2 should win.
Clearly wary of the economy of their opponent.
Vision Strikers versus Gambit. I think Vision Strikers will win. I don't think Gambit played against a team like that yet, if I'm not mistaken. And then the first one is 100 Thieves and Ascend. Oh yeah, right. For some reason I thought 100 Thieves plays Sentinels. And 100 Thieves versus Ascend, I actually do think that 100 Thieves are the favorites right now.
So much control over on the A site. There's actually somewhat of a stacks building in B.
Now this could be problematic. In fact, Bone Cold on his way through to cover middle, and that aggression out of Killaz just gives so much value. 40 seconds left. Ascend have got the playbook. They know exactly what's coming towards them, but the only problem is going to be that they...
Oh, Starkso this time made a different wall, and this one I don't like. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think, because he used a wall here, which doesn't cover market, but someone can jump on it from the stairs of market. It doesn't change much. Never mind. It's all good. It's all good, but it's the same premise like he did before. So I kind of like it. Although it doesn't help. Nah, I don't like it. So if you would have done the exact same wall like he did before, like this one, this could actually help Boncold to play from market if you wanted, if you would like to rotate to side. But because he did cut off his teammate with this wall, I'm not a fan. It's nitpicking, of course, right? Because he did really do well with the previous yellow wall before. Like the yellow wall before that he did was very smart. And if he would have done it again, and he could, I think it would be very beneficial for Boncold. But Boncold probably just dies anyway, so we'll see. And it's not because he's bad or something, he just has a bad position that he needs to take advantage of. So he's most likely dead unless he just plays very safe. But then he cannot really join the team unless he jumps over the Sage wall, which makes it a bit of awkward, right?
They do not have the weaponry to fight.
Oh, he is known.
This Izzy is actually already on the site.
Yeah, this is a oh my god, dude. Was that that was a drone? Why did Boncold not destroy the drone? Look. This drone here destroys Starkso. Did he not see it? Why is this drone not being destroyed? If Boncold destroys this drone, he saves Starkso. I don't get it. Ah, because the doors are closed. Now we know.
Going to be that they do not have the weaponry to fight this.
Now we know.
He's actually already on the site, spraying away from one. He doesn't know that there's two more here.
Hello, Psychiatric.
CNET's good for the first. Shut down right after. The trades are good. Supermassive Blaze. Use a little dash to get in backside. They're covering all their angles. They're playing this together, making sure they're trading. There's not a lot you can really get done.
Sorry for the zoom in.
God tier play out of one of these players.
Yeah, and I think it's just...
Nah, it's nothing important, guys. Nothing important
Having a
was
pretty good map. I think it's
done here.
Point to make that we're always going to make the comparison.
Man, this match is even worse to watch than the match yesterday that we did. The G2 Sentinels. Tactically speaking, this is a glorified ranked wide match. Just like G2 versus Sentinels.
That opt to play with as they fight back into the late stage of the round, but as you can see with all the map control they've given up.
Cena is not as good on online as online matches, and why would you say that? By having played one match that he played bad? He played exceptionally well in other matches. What are you talking about?
Complete control, one player holding middle and everybody else can commit to this A site. If Supermassive Blaze go in as they look to be in the next couple of seconds.
Paul just dry peek before the drone has a contact. And again, Izzy doesn't do a side dash. No, wait, he does it. He checks this corner. He checks this corner. He does like this. And he looks at this corner. But does this even check the right side? Let me check. Look, fuck. This is really lack of communications in SMB right now. The drone goes like this, never checks this area here. This is never checked. All of those 4 angles are never checked by the drone. This is completely not checked. And Izzy dashes in here and checks the same corner that the drone is already checking. Like, this is huge miscommunications that on this level should never happen. This is like a big problem, in my opinion. Imagine if someone would be actually standing here. Imagine that shit. And now he, because of that, see? Because of that, he had to re-peek that smoke to check it. At least good awareness from him that no one checked this, right? But this, they have 2 things that can check that without being exposed. And Izzy has to like re-peek this. Actually, he's not re-peeking. He's just being drawn by the gravity well. That's it. He's being drawn by the gravity well. It's not a peek because he wants to. So he could have been dead right now.
Backside, Russ and Turco combine for a double entry, and this is a disaster out of SN. A great attempt by CNET up above, but Russ shuts him down on the trade, and Supermassive
Arrow.
Oh, finally we're going to see that res pop. It took the final round of the half for something to be invested here.
Okay, that's pretty good. He breaks the cross. He breaks the cross. Look, this is actually pretty good. And he side dashes as well, right? Look. He side dashes. So he checks the most possible corners. See? he sees Turco boosted on the wall. This is huge. Right here. He sees Turco, he sees Pora. That gives huge informations. He checks fucking Gen. Right? Look at this. Look how much informations. How many informations? Much? Many? Many, right? How much info is being gathered? Never mind. How much info is being gathered by simple side dash? He gets info on 2 players out of 3. Out of 3 players, he gets info on 2 by doing a dash, side dash. And what is even more important, that he gets the info on the boosted player, right? But unfortunately, Zeke just dies to Brave, and so does Starkso.
7-5 in favor of Supermassive Blaze. A close half for sure, but towards the end, they had the resurgence we wanted.
Yes, most definitely. With the 2-0 start they had, they kind of stalled out a little bit. It was starting to look like Ascend just had the playbook, like they knew exactly what was going down. You look at these pushes that they had towards the B, that seeming to be
Well, they're going to have
their,
Tom 7.
It's only a game.
It's only a game. Why you have to be mad?
It was a great, and then
let's see.
Add in Zeke's ulti that he used up when they didn't realize, I guess, that poor.
We don't need English classes here. We actually do. I want to learn English. I want to be better in English. Alright, Ascent, 5-man push towards B. Oh, with a Sova Killjoy stack. Good luck. Let's see how this goes.
Bad half for them. A little bit of a warm-up needed.
And look at this. Sova, this is a neat small setup. Sova is standing with a shock dart, right? Here. Remember that he has a shock dart in his hand. So what is happening here right now is that there's a turret in this location that gets first contact. Once this turret starts attacking, right? The Sova gonna do a shock dart. Shock dart! And he wants to damage the people that are contacting the turret right now. It's a very simple but yet effective setup, because it can deal chip damage, and the chip damage on a pistol round makes actually a difference. Because if someone plays classics with armor, and if you get them to 105, the ghost can one tap them in the head, right? And if they play if you get anyone to 78 HP, then they die to 1 classic headshot, which is also a huge difference. Let's see if this is gonna be effective.
Now we come into half number 2 with
Oh my god, dude. Look at that. CNET at 72, Bonkold at 13, and Achilles at 85. So CNET is fucked because he's getting killed by one headshot from a classic. Bonkold needs to be healed by Starkso, and the problem is he's still gonna die to 1 headshot. So yeah.
the defense, and that's a great shock dart to start.
That's just like, I don't know. That just makes no sense from Ascent. Why? Why do you play like this? Like, that's just giving options to SMB. But now this peak by Pora also makes no fucking sense. I don't get it, man. I really don't. If they're gonna lose, I don't know who wins this round, but if SMB is gonna lose this round, that's because of Pora.
Push and very little health.
He's done about 200 damage with that one. I'm pretty sure that Jonas is going to have a big smile on his face after that one, but we'll see. It's going to be the push coming through. Russ in a solid position to at least try and get something done. They need to isolate him, and they will, but they've taken so much damage along the way. Still, though, it comes back into a 2 versus 2 scenario. Izzy playing ring around the Rosie, and it leaves just 1 man standing. It's Zeke. He's been fantastic so far in this map, but this is still a big ask.
Definitely is 50 HP in a pistol round like this, and there's 2 ghosts on the other side ready to take you down. You see the paranoia there, right? He's constantly thinking like every bullet he fires, every time he knives the wall, someone's about to jump around and take him down, but they are just turtled in on the
It's interesting that he didn't reload it.
I'll look to peek him together.
Okay.
Not. That's one way to handle it, Izzy. Quick little shot onto him. Going.
I know what you're doing.
That we will. That we will.
The Z collections are Razor's take on Minima.
Try and make a bit of a push back towards Turco. Player drop. Supermassive.
4 rounds. That one with the ball. Flying in with all the rifles.
Alright, this is the actual important round. SMB has 1 rifle on Russ. It's so interesting. I'm actually not sure, and I don't wanna... I'm not gonna check it now. But if I would be like casting, I would definitely be aware if SMB on Ascent always plays Killjoy and Sova together on one side. But I think like it might be actually a thing.
Did a really good job of forcing Ascend out of this mid control when it came to the first couple of rounds. Now Ascend are looking to do
There are not that strategical plays being made compared to the other VODs you reviewed. Yes, I know. I know, but it also gives you a little bit of like context and appreciation of other teams, right? What do you think? Impeccable beast.
Damn good spot. For now though, they're gonna be taking their time. It's still walled over on the A side, but if anything, they're more stacked up on that side of the map. The Killjoy utility is holding things back, and CNET is going to find the opener, but at a fairly hefty cost. And
Izzy gets a headshot on Zeke on where? On A main. And he doesn't die. What the fuck?
Getting back into the site now is a pretty big challenge. You know, for Ascend, if they...
How far do you think Vision Strikers will make it? They're strategically way above the rest, and I want to see way more of them. I mean, I hope they won. I think they're the best team at the tournament right now.
Signaling that the push is about to start. Drop down. Oh, wow, the wall bag's taking them down. This is looking a little bit shaky. Ascend losing lots of players. Izzy, the last alive. He found 3.
Was he aware of him?
Losing lots of players. Izzy. The wall bag's taking them down. This is looking a little bit shaky. Ascend losing lots of players.
He re-peeked while reloading, so I don't... He might have not been there, right? Because there was no... There's no guarantee that he's there, but it's still like kind of weird that he re-peeks while reloading. But that's a mistake that can happen. Unlucky. But this was a very expensive round for the attackers. Very expensive round. This was a very good round by SMB when it comes to dealing economical damage.
They should not have had anywhere near that damage. Now Ascend investing their full economy into this one. This is a huge round for Supermassive Blaze.
Turks mostly win because of aim, so there's not that much content for analysis. But I also want to see Ascend. You know? Wait, Bone Cold again got shocked at it?
Ascend, considering what they came in with, they should not have had anywhere near that damage. Now Ascend investing their full economy into this one. This is a huge round for Supermassive Blaze. If they manage to win it out, they take a massive stride.
Okay, but you cannot do much about this one. This is like, okay. This was unfair.
He might start to stay away from that position because it seems like they're magnetized towards him every time he steps in.
Again, we're going to see the same wall going down for Ascend. Locks off a portion of the map, which until it's broken, they don't really have to face off in that angle. Now, it has been
but I really hope that Vision Strikers will win this tournament, and all of the teams will get a reality check of how you should play Valorant.
Just a couple to defend versus Ascend as they now look to back towards the B side.
This is going to be a full push in. Supermassive Blaze quite a bit away from rotating. These players on the site need to do a massive job of holding it down. It's Pora and Russ. Caught inside the boathouse. Pora is somehow able to avoid being pulled all the way in. He catches the doesn't connect. And Russ, the final man standing there, sure he'll go down, but he's already taken 3 kills. He's left Starzo. The final man pulled all the way in. He catches Russ. Caught inside the boathouse.
Pora's with that gravity well. I mean, this is an actual good execute by Ascend. It's very standard. There's nothing to break down here. The problem is they just lose duels. They just lose duels. That's about it. they have no more pieces of utility to use. They don't have shock darts left. Like, and yeah, that's it. They just lose duels. CNET missing this right click is very unfortunate. So yeah.
The final man standing there, sure he'll go down, but he's already taken 3 kills. He's left Starzo all alone. And even with the plans, the res won't be online. And they're rushing him down. Look at that paranoia dash in, and you are gone out of the round. Super massive blaze.
What's the difference special about the playstyle from Vision Strikers? They just play as a team. Other teams right now in Valorant, they play like they're just 5 individuals, and sometimes they just play together on the fundamental level by peeking together and trading. But on a professional level, right now, on the professional level, playing good fundamentals will make you one of the best teams. But Vision Strikers are already above that level because they do play well fundamentally, but they have the additional layer of actually playing utility together.
I'm starting to worry for Ascend on this map.
Oh yeah, I mean, the next buy round is their only shot to take it. They need to start with an incredibly dominant buy round.
Is there an analysis of Vision Strikers we can see? Yes, you just go to my previous broadcasts. You go to my channel. Right? You're on my channel right now, so you don't have to like click all of this. You scroll down, and there's videos here. This is in Polish, so don't mind it. There's videos here. You click the videos. You go to past broadcasts, and in this week, every single day, I was starting the stream with a VOD review. So, yeah. You have VOD reviews every single day this week. And you have Vision Strikers in 2 days, I think. Because I was... One day, I was VOD reviewing Vision Strikers for 2 hours. And then I started playing with Sick. And then the next day, I finished Vision Strikers.
In this one here,
why you bullying me?
In hand, and I'm willing to discount it because they shouldn't be able to find anything. Supermassive Blaze are holding down B main, stopping any sort of damage there. That means they can stack up the A side a little bit more heavily. Izzy, early aggression down middle, keeping his dash online until he needed to use
he
it.
gets tagged.
Allowed him to get that frag.
Still hold the angle pretty nice, and then gets repeaked by Russ. This is pretty nice.
Going as expected. I like the attempt by CNET to close the distance, but there are simply too many.
Alright.
Probably going to talk to.
Maybe going to try and pick up the pace a little bit here. I like this from Supermassive Blaze, though. A 3-man stack early. They are going to get scanned up, though. And Izzy, he's going to stick around, but he only just survives. He will get healed back up, at least for the moment. But the rest of the team is starting to be pincered on. It's going to be a spray down, though. They've just destroyed the push of Ascend.
Did they even have any piece of utility that would have been useful here? Did they use anything? Bonkold has 4 stars.
He will get healed back up, at least for the moment. But the rest of the team is starting to be pincered on.
And they just go with guns without using any piece of utility. I mean, I understand why, because they're just 3 people, right? But not using any piece of utility while having an Astra is a little bit odd.
They've just destroyed the push of Ascend, leaving just 2 players remaining. And
can't wait to see the notification of Loader HS Analyst uploaded a new video. Ask Kurosaki what would that happen.
That's a positive, Tom, but it's gonna have Hunter's Fury for next round. It's all okay. That's what you need for the comeback. This is looking incredible from Supermassive Blaze on a number of fronts. Individually, they are showing up right there. Again,
you should be paid extra for doing VOD reviews, considering it is actually your intellectual property still. Ah, my friend. Ah, my friend. I'm doing this because I like doing this stuff. And I hope you guys like watching it, so, you know. And if you want to support the channel for me doing that, that's great. If you don't, because you can't, it's also fine. Just by watching the stream, you're supporting the channel. Rather watch a team that plays Valorant correctly than watching 1v1 on battles? Yes, I agree. I really do agree.
They're now looking to come in. Sure, they've got 4 old Hunter's Fury popped, and actually Russ, while going to try and take out the we're going to 4 ultimates to play with, but there's plenty of counters there available straight away. We're going to see the Hunter's Fury popped, and actually Russ, while going
oh my god, Zeke. That is terrible decision making, though. He was playing so well the entire match, and now he does something like this. So, look.
Come in, sure, they've got 4 ultimates to play with, but there's plenty of counters there.
The thing is, I'm assuming that the decision making by Zeke here, right, is that this Sova will use the Hunter's Fury. Sorry, this Sova will use the Hunter's Fury to destroy the Killjoy ultimate, right? So Zeke wants to kill the Sova because there's no way he can stop him destroying the ultimate. There's just no way. No way, because he hits it first. So the second charge of the Hunter's Fury will always hit. Zeke will kill him after that. But the problem is that Zeke does it immediately in the same line of fire as the Hunter's Fury will be. And this is why I think this is a bad decision making, because he literally pays, like he literally gets death sentenced because of his position and decision making. Right? Look. He sees the ultimate being used. He sees exactly the ultimate being used. And he's using his ultimate right next to it. And remember, when you're playing Sova, you have a recoil that will put you back when you use it. So you literally get tagged by it. And then you die.
Straight away, we're going to see the Hunter's Fury popped, and actually Russ, while going to try and take out the actually managed to take 2 kills with him.
Unlucky, and he doesn't get a kill on Russ. He only hits him once.
He just ended up killing the players.
He got a kill and then he targeted it. Obviously seeing where the other Hunter's Fury was coming from. Starzo putting up a good fight on the site. Move towards his teammates now after a quick double kill. But getting out of there is kind of tough, getting over towards the site. So instead, he's going to play inside of main and look to take the contact as they cross over and then swing with Killaz. This is a powerful setup.
And the lockdown wasn't destroyed? Yeah, because he gets the tag on players. So it's like...
Bogdan's Law there just to allow Brave to try and take this kill. Make advantage of his low HP, and in fact, Dizzy's gone in for 2! This is ridiculous! He's on the side and going for the defuse. It's going to be taken halfway. The turret doesn't even catch him to start with, and inside the Cloudburst, he is defusing, dropping down. Izzy takes the kill to Killaz, and that is a disaster of a round. It looked like Ascend would at least push up to 7, and they get nothing done. 13-6, super massive blaze.
Nawet pan sobie nie wyobraża, jakie dzieci potrafią być okrutne.
Też na wagarach, panie dyrektorze?
XCOM.
Nah.
Niskie ceny
Oh, Jesus.
świętujemy, media expert to you.
By entering through F.
Take them down. And then even once he does
3
stress.
Oh, I bind. Finally something interesting. Man, Ascent is such a shitty map. Honestly, for competitive play, I think Ascent is the absolute worst map currently in the map pool, because there's not much stuff you can do unless you play different agents than normal meta. Right? There's like, okay, there are 3 lanes. There's not much you can do. You can just rotate from A to B through spawn or mid. And that's it. There's not much variation in Ascent. The map is just so boring. Split disagrees. I like Split because there's many decision making to be done on the executes and how you get map control. Ascent is just aim battles and mid control. Like, it's really, really... Ascent is just such a bad map. And I was saying that since the beginning of time. Breeze? Breeze is tactically very open to interpretation from every single team. The meta right now is not the best, but in general the map, like Icebox, is open to a lot of possible execute. Because you have so much space and possibilities. While Ascent is like, oh, okay, We have this big space on mid, and this is a choke point, okay. Ascent is just Dust 2 in Valorant? Nah, man. Dust 2 is a great map. Ascent is a boring map.
100% agree with you. Professionals on this level, they tend to be pretty good at just brushing these things off. Me, on the other hand, I'd probably be having a meltdown of panic, of sheer stress.
Really wish you get chosen as an analyst for champions. I hope so as well, my friend.
But then again, that's why
I will do my best.
Supermassive Blaze on the attack side.
But it's not up to me.
Every map in the series on the attack side. You know that they're comfortable here. Now they're going to be moving in for an A hit, and Ascend have actually rotated Starzo.
Let's pay attention a little bit. So, Viper Wall from the attackers is actually way different than typical. Let's talk about that, because this is not something that you typically see, right? So, typically you see a Viper Wall that is being made like this, right? Like this. It goes through the truck. It goes through this corner as well to check it too with DK. And then you can execute. You can execute through a short, go on site when you're being covered from the backside of A, right? This wall signals that the plan is different, because you are not gonna go through this wall here unless you flash it with a sky. So the player on lamps has a very, very important role because of that. He knows that the players from short are gonna try to push him because of the positioning of the Viper Wall. It's like telling. It's like a very big tell right now. And the thing is, I'm actually not sure where or when Killies knew about this Viper Wall, but if he did it because he saw it and he put the one-way on showers, this is super massive, like, brain. Because now, with this wall like this wall signals that the strike we're gonna go through showers, because the roles are reversed, right? Look at it from this position. Like, this wall has the same function as this wall, but the main push of the spike is being done from the other side. So if the wall is here, you cut off this area to plant from here, right? But if you do the wall here, then it cut off this area so you can plant from here. It's like a reversal. So it's like a mirror, right? And in this case, Killies puts the one way to stop the main push. Because typically you would have the Toxic Orb on A short, where's the main hit, but because the wall is in a different position, you get the read that they're gonna go through the showers, and the orb is on showers in this case. So, very smart by Killies, and it's a very big pressure now on Bonkold to perform on lamps. Or, Killies needs to pay, to hold showers with utility for enough time to help Bonkold and lamps.
All the way over to the B side.
Yeah, they have a lot of ability to delay.
Holy shit, Bonkold's just sitting in a Toxic Orb. He's just tanking it like a man. Look at this. He's gonna be on 1 HP pretty soon, and Pora should have the drop on him if he is aware. And he should be aware. But he's not checking it, and he picks up the orb. He picks up the orb, so this Toxic Orb gets now down. And he doesn't... Oh my god. Yeah, Pora is not playing well in this game. On the previous map, he's not playing well, and on this map, is already not playing well. Like, why is he... Like, also, why is this drone not getting a tag on Bonkold? It's getting above. It's flying above to check A. Look at the drone here. The drone is here in this position. So this is massive miscommunication. Look. This drone will obviously not check this area, right? Because the drone goes to lamps. This is where Pora should be checking this. Like, this is the moment where Pora should know that this corner is not being checked, and Pora gets the kill on Bone Cold because they check every single corner. That should have been done this way. But they both go check the same corner. And by the way, Pora sees him here. By the way, look. Sees him first, but he doesn't have fast reaction enough. So yeah, this is a big problem. Again, Pora tries to lurk before the execute actually does something. Can the enemies hear Viper picking up the orb cloud? No, you can't. It's a very big thing, actually. This is why picking an orb literally after activating it catches people off guard. So yeah. Bone Cold gets 3 kills because of the misplay. There are two things that were done badly in this game, in this round. Pora not checking the corner of the angle that the drone didn't check, or the drone not checking the corner of the corner that Pora didn't check, and also Pora pushing through short before the actual hit on showers goes through.
He's not damaged, he's decayed, he gets his 100 health back up, and he still doesn't end up taking a lick of damage by the time the round ends. 1-0 for a set.
Which team so far do you think has performed the best? Vision Strikers.
This is their map. Within EMEA, they have been the kings of it. They have dominated pretty much every single team within the region. The only time they lost it was...
Would you do a please a vote review of Sentinels versus F4Q? And it's not an interesting match. Not because the teams are shit or something, but it's just that match had no meaning.
Sort of final match versus Gambit, where they ended up slipping out after they'd already qualified, of course. So other than that, we've seen them dominate Supermassive Blade twice, 13-5, 13-6. We've seen them beat Gambit another time as well, and G2 13-2. So this is definitely a map where they are unbelievable.
And they run a strong comp, you know, obviously based off the...
Are they forcing? No. Okay.
Fnatic comp that we saw back in the day. Now,
Pora plays like me in ranked when I'm pissed. He's the entry fragger Viper because he knows no one else will push.
elevated a little bit further, and they're bringing it to the international stage in style.
It's literally fucking me in ranked. All of those, when I say, oh, Pora played badly here, he didn't wait for the execute and stuff. This is literally how I play ranked because I know the other people will not do that. What is required? Because I die in those same positions, but on pro level, this is a problem of communications where the team is not playing in tandem. While in ranked, you just know that you have to do it because the other people will just never do it, right? Right? Oh. Funny stuff.
Just cleaning up versus these pistols. Nice and easy. Kill as coming pretty around the round in the next one.
Even if you're worried, an opportunity to...
All right, full buy round for SMB. And bonus for Ascent. Judge on Zeke. Not a single rifle. Who has Judge? Zeke. Zeke plays lamps. There are two positions when you can play Judge essentially on a bonus round, which turn the Judge into a fucking 3K rifle, and that's lamps and hookah, right? You could also risk like playing Garden, but the thing is with Garden, you can't really then go onto site. So you can only kill people going from long, and if you're getting pushed from players from hookah, then you get fucked. So the optimal scenarios for a Judge player is lamps and a hookah, maybe showers. If your opponents are playing Sage, but then they are not playing Sage, so the reason why I'm saying if you have a Judge, you can play showers because you can hold this angle and then go back to site because there's a Sage wall here, but SMB are not even playing a Sage, so I would never play showers with Judge because I can never get close to site after the initial plant.
Build up some ultimate orbs as well, and we know that they have some ridiculously strong ultimates on that SN.
Now they know where Sky is, at least.
Maybe not the most popular agent, but we do like that orbital strike.
Oh yeah, and we love Brimstone on Bone Cold. Why this guy uses the agent, the way the post plans can be played, his mollies can be on point. As we come into this one, we know Supermassive players are going to be playing it slow. Obviously, having seen a Judge in the previous round, there's going to be some concerns there. So they need to be
Starks gets info about 1. I don't think he saw 2. Oh, he crossed. I mean, they have to check it. But they're not gonna push it, right? Is he just gonna hold this angle? Or no, Tuka actually goes with him. He saw it. Bonkold saw it. And now, because this is gonna get destroyed, Bonkold is gonna move to his right and hold the same angle, right? He has an angle here for the player here, right? But if this gets destroyed, right, then Bonkold needs to move to his right and have essentially the same angle with the second part of this wall, which is here, right? So when this gets destroyed, he gets the same angle if he just moves to his right. See? He's holding the same angle, essentially. So now they have to destroy this, and then he moves a little bit to the right as well. But if they don't destroy it, he has actually a very beneficial angle. He doesn't... Like, he has his Brimstone Molly. It would have been absolutely amazing to Brimstone Molly this, but the thing is, the activation time on this Molly to get it into hands, it's just, like, so long. He can be timed and just peeked by this player here because he knows he's so close, so he cannot use it. He would absolutely love to use this Molly to like stop the push for the next 12 seconds, but at the same time you don't want to use it because you have 3 players on B. So if you use this Molly, you will actually make the team go away to a different side, which is not something that you want to do when you have 3 players on this side. Take flight. Piccato with the Prime.
Yo, Piccato, thank you much for the Prime, my friend. How you doing? Welcome to the channel. This is your first time subbing. If you could introduce yourself, that'd be absolutely amazing.
Is coach allowed only talk during... he can only talk during the tactical timeouts.
They've also got the smoke, so it's isolating the duel slightly. 45 seconds left as they look to take the fight.
And now he has time, see? This is good decision making by Bonkold.
Even though Bone Cold isn't getting any kills from this, he's delaying them so much. Even going to put down another smoke. 35 seconds left.
Okay, good luck, my friends.
Oh! He's just trying to spam back past.
He even gets a kill on Turk. Turk is like, what the fuck? What the fuck just happened?
They're now pushing into a 3-man stack with only 25 seconds.
Couple little tags in there for Bone Cold.
Did he actually manage to turn around? No, the flash is behind him, so he's never flashed. He's actually never flashed, right? No, he actually turned around. Look at this massive alpha Bonkold move. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Alpha Bonkold is literally just knocking on the door when he's getting flashed. Shock dirt.
Tags in there for Bone Cold. Flash gets him, but he still takes down Izzy. Now looking for a little bit more, but out of ammo. The pistol had to come out. A player spotted on the site, but they don't know about CNET, who swings out and grabs a double, a triple, in fact, leaving Pora all alone. And CNET finishes.
Yo, we have a sub, another one.
3-0 for Ascend, and Tom.
Hello, Ryan, JB. Welcome for the welcome with the 3 months. New subscriber badge for you as well. Broski, morning.
Again, in hindsight, maybe you're looking at a kill feed. You're going CNED, 4 kills, the classic CNED round. But the fact is, the hero of that round was basically Bone Cold.
Yes, absolutely.
But like a minute off the clock alone. There was no one else with him. Sure, they had the Sage will go down initially, but he was just running riot, putting down smokes, putting down the Molotov, and even getting a kill before he.
Bonkold just literally just wins the round them wins the round for them. It's so impactful, man. He won the pistol round and he won the bonus round. Bonkold MVP on this map so far. So, in my eyes, This might sound a little bit awkward, right? But in my eyes, if a player has an impact like this on a pistol round and in round 3, even though he might not have anything more substantial than just going 1-for-1 and using his utility every round in this match, he should be considered as an exceptional performance from him, because it gave the team so much. Guaranteeing a pistol round and a bonus round is literally like 4 rounds. If you as a player personally can win 4 rounds for your team, that is absolutely insane. And this is how much impact Boncold had so far. I mean, I assume they're gonna win this round, right? They shouldn't have. They would never dare to lose against the fucking Eco, right? By over pushing and donating guns, right?
And now the spike is obtained. Zeke has already spotted out Pora, and Bone Cold takes that info and finds a frag. Supermassive Blaze only
Subbing to Lothar feels so premium. Thanks, I was going for that. Oh, stocks of dice in the enemy territory. But they're holding this angle. That's pretty good.
Zeke is popping off once again. This seems to be the map where he just thrives. They put him back onto that raise. We know what he can do with this agent, and the fact that he's already getting closer and closer.
Ready for flash, but damn that turn into a double headshot running. He has an SMG. There's no surprise that he gets headshot while running. That's literally the job for an SMG. You don't want to crouch. So saying stuff like this, oh, he was running, that's lack of awareness from you.
And now, sure, that is bringing them close with at least a couple. Cosmic Divide not too far away. They've also got themselves the Seekers on Turco, but on the other side of things, we're getting a lot closer to some very impactful ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the orbital strike to play with, and yes, typically the impact of that is going to be found much more so on the attacking side, but I would not count Bone Cold out of impact in these sort of
It's so interesting that SMB just really does this wall. I don't like this, man. Look, I don't like how SMB does this wall. This wall here from the Viper, right? Oh, Jesus, what the... What? Hello? Wait, what? That was pretty weird. It was skipping pixels. Anyway, line snapping, right? Kind of odd. Because of this Viper wall here, right? I explained that in the pistol round. What does it achieve? So I'm not going to repeat myself now. But this wall is being countered by this wall. Like, this Viper wall on defense counters the push for showers. And since this wall is made for a push for showers, this is playing straight into Ascend's setup. Like, I don't get it. Counter-Strike is not existent in Valorant, you just have to stop running. Technically, that's not correct, because counter-strafing in Valorant gives you a 10 milliseconds advantage. But 10 milliseconds is negligible. So there's no reason, unless you already know it. There's so much stuff to learn in the game that there's no reason to sacrifice your time to learn counter-strafing if you don't already know it. But if you know it, you should use it.
You're going to get the orb taken right at the start, putting Zeke just 3 away from a showstopper, which could be massively impactful coming into the later stages, but probably more so the next round than this one.
Just letting go of the key doesn't feel right at all. Also, Counter-Strike is just more effective because it's better for muscle memory. So that's bullshit in my eyes. That's like finding... Look, counter-strafing is a unnecessary mechanic, and I'm very happy that Valorant got rid of it. Because it's an archaic way... Like, Counter-Strike didn't do it on purpose. They weren't designing the game with, like, doing counter-strafe in mind. Because that mechanic makes no sense. You know? Like the acceleration made on by making a counterintuitive move just makes no sense. So I'm very happy that Valorant doesn't add this artificial way of being better at the game, because it's not needed. Like, there's so much stuff in Valorant that you should be focusing on. Counter-strafing is really not necessary. Like, it shouldn't be necessary in any game, in my opinion. That's just it, you know? Like, it's fine that CS has it, but it's not an intended mechanic in CS. And it's like, it just adds artificial layers of, it's like a little bit of gatekeeping, you know? It's a little bit of gatekeeping. And that's why CS better than Valorant. For you, that's the case. For me, that's exactly opposite. And that's fine. But I'm not saying, oh, CS better. Like you are right now. Look for me. So, you know, grow up.
Supermassive Blaze given up all the control of B-Long. They're holding for the push that came through in the previous round, but Ascend aren't going to go and repeat the same strategy. They're not silly. Instead, they've gone for a little bit of aggression and taking the orb, and now they're holding it down inside Hookah and putting an A rotate into play.
Risky game for Killers, but again, we're going to see them just denying the space initially, and actually Starzo getting into a slightly more aggressive spot.
Honestly, a little bit surprised that Kelly's didn't use the one-way in showers again because of the Viper wall. Sabix, you can literally do a clip yourself. I'm literally very interested why Achilles is not doing the one-way that he did on pistol round, because the pistol round was counted by his one-way. And now this wall is still being done. So he would, like, look, this wall counts as one-way. So this is a little bit of lack of awareness by Achilles. Because when this wall is on, his one-way on short is meaningless. So I'm really, really surprised that he is doing the one-way on the short right now. Right? Look. This is very awkward. I was praising Achilles for the for his awareness in pistol round. Right? I was praising Achilles for his awareness in the pistol round, but now the awareness is gone. So I'm not sure why is this happening, because the Viper wall is being set up like this. This is the Viper wall right here. Right? So there are two ways of countering a one-way on short, and one is this wall when it's activated, right? And second one is putting a smoke outside of the one-way smoke. So like here. This is really terrible. Wait. So this is the short. This is short, right? So if you put a smoke in front of it, like here, this counters the one-way because you go through it, right? You can push through either the smoke that counters the one-way because they don't see you passing, so you gain the advantage, or you just counter the one-way with the wall that you have on the right side. So literally, this one-way is useless right now. And you can see it's also being intervalled by Brimstone, because the Brimstone, Boncold, once the fuel runs out of the A short, he puts a smoke, Boncold, right? Puts a smoke over here in this spot. So he makes the Viper refuel on the A shot, and this is fine. But they're not adapting to the wall that is being made by SMB, but they did do it in the first round. So now I'm thinking they didn't do it on purpose on pistol round, they just got lucky. It's kind of disappointing. Because if you would keep doing the one-way on showers, that would absolutely be so impactful against this setup from SMB.
Hookah, I'm putting an A rotate into play.
Risky game for Killers, but again, we're going to see them just denying the space initially, and actually Starzo getting into
Good morning,
a
Necrotize.
more aggressive spot. It seems like he might have an idea that they're about.
It feels like running headshots SMB punishes teams who don't use proper utility to enter sites. I mean, you can't run headshot from 100 meters going and fighting close range against an SMG. SMB just got unlucky there with that flash, though. I don't think they got unlucky with that flash. That flash just wasn't a pop flash, so Boncold had enough time to turn around it. If that flash would have been done properly, Boncold would have been dead.
Push this smoke. Now they're going to put up their screen, but he's waiting on the edge of it. A push through.
See, this is the compensation for the fuel, but the fuel is already up. This is kind of weird. Like, literally, if if this orb is not gonna be turned off right now, this orb is being countered by Bonkold. So literally Bonkold is countering now their own one way.
Here would almost definitely grant him a kill. And is he going to be able to avoid the drone? I think he has. Now that smoke might not last much longer, but he's going to find himself a freebie for certain.
The orbital strike again. This is just splitting.
Starkso is just aggressive. That's well played by Starkso.
Focusing on the fight over towards mid, and Starzo rips them a new one. Supermassive Blaze in a 2v4, and they're trapped inside of Bath. They need to make a move out of here with 20 seconds left. Or else it's just going to be down to the save, and it looks like they are still going to commit for this round. Starzo actually getting pushed on, and with 10
It was
seconds
most likely set up before the attack side setup for Achilles. Let me actually check. Wait. I don't know if we have enough info actually. Look at this shit. See? 17 seconds on the clock. And the wall's already set up. Achilles has enough time to readjust his setup. So this is, yeah. This could have been definitely played better.
Supermassive Blaze in a 2v4, and they're trapped inside of Bath. They need to make a move out of here with 20 seconds left. Or else it's just going to be down to the save, and it looks like they are still going to commit for this round. Starzo actually getting pushed on, and with 10 seconds left, this could be an opportunity to get a...
That is a big problem. CNET just allowed 2 players to push through showers and gets 2 kills. That's a big problem.
Another kill comes back, but Brave needs to deal with Zeke if they're to have any chance, and the time was too low, let alone his health is on 0. 5 rounds for Ascend, as they refuse to let Supermassive Blaze have anything.
What do you think? Why aren't pros playing more KO? KO is not viable or just not part of the meta? There are a few problems with KO. KO has to be played as an entry fragger to be effective, so Steel is kind of playing him like that, which is good because Steel is currently the best KO player, but there's not much competition. But the thing is, KO, who do you replace with, right? Who does KO replace? Like here on Bind, in the composition of Ascend, who do you replace KO with? Sky? Sky is broken. Like, you can't do that. You kinda need Raze, because the Boombot clears hookah on attack for free. You can't replace Viper, you can't replace Brimstone, and you can't replace Sage. So there's no spot. Like, you need Sage. I mean, no, you don't need Sage, but playing Sage makes sense. Especially since especially because Sage has so much synergy with the slows, with Bonkold and Zeke and Kitties. Like, literally, Sage has combo with 3 other characters in this composition, right? While on attack, she's so useful to actually have an execute on A side. Phoenix, they basically have same abilities, yeah, but no one plays Phoenix apart from Sick on Haven. Is there a comment to get the software to draw on the screen? It's Epic Pen, my friend. I just bought the full version today for 25 euros. Alright, so SMB actually changed their wall. So let's talk a little bit about that. So this is the first time they actually changed the wall from the previous one, which was not really that successful, right? And this wall is also a showers wall. Because you are allowed to lurk through A to go here, right? Through A short without being noticed by lamps. And you also counter the one-way, essentially, right? Because you are getting into a place of your position is allowing yourself to just play with the one-way, essentially, right? So you can get on A side. And when you go through showers, you are being covered by this wall from all of this, so you can safely push through showers. So both of the walls that they did so far on A are putting the opposition to look more into showers than before.
This is a situation as well where we're again seeing the adaptation.
Nice, Synod. My god, he has balls to do that on fucking Sage, man. So it's kind of funny because you can see that Synod is playing Sage. Oh shit, you guys don't see it. Wait, let me rewind it. So Synod goes for this peak.
This is a situation as well.
Alright, I guess 5 people. He is being those people here are being flashed by the flash through long, if I'm not mistaken, which is not fully effective because all of those people are half blinded. Look at the minimap. See? This is not a great flash for CNET because it doesn't really give him much, right? All of those are half blinded. This Jet still sees him. Like, this makes no difference. But CNET gets the kill, right? And he's not a Jet. So, it distracts them? No, it doesn't distract them. Because the job of them is to look at this angle. They don't care about the flash from long. So, the thing is, CNET is playing Sage, not the Jet. And a Jet typically would just dash out here to safety, right? So what does CNET do? He doesn't have the Jet dash, but he has something that does the job as well. I mean, it's not as well because it can't be as fast, but it's compensation for the lack of dash out. So you use the slow to essentially give you enough time to go on foot because it slows down the opponent. So it's like Jet, fast, opponents, normal, right? Because Jet is just dashing out, so she's faster than the opponent, so they cannot trade the Jet. While Sage, speed normal, opponents slower. So it's the same thought process, but it has a different execution. But it allows him to do the same, just the equip time is added to this. It's really convenient he killed the Jet. If not, as a Jet player, it dashed the trade. Yes. If a Jet would have been alive, she would have just dashed through and kill him when he's equipping this slow.
The on-the-fly thinking coming out of these guys. CNET's going out.
But this repeak against... Yeah, I hate this. I mean, honestly, because CNET is playing on a Sage and he peeks onto a half buy, I honestly don't like this. Like, I really, really don't like this. This is feeding. Like, he gets the 1 kill, he gets killed, he donates an operator to a team that doesn't have guns. Like, it's so... Like, the first pick is greedy. He's not being punished because he gets the kill on Jet, but he re-peaks and he gets punished, and all of the hard work and the risk that he took in the first peak is being negated right now. And he has res. Did he have the res at the beginning of the round? Let me check. I actually didn't pay attention. Yeah, he did. So this alone, this first peak here is high risk, low reward. Right? Because he can die, actually. He's not playing a Jet. He can get fucked. So this is high risk, low reward. But he actually gets this. So he's +1. But then he re-peaks for a high risk, even lower reward. Right? Because they already have an advantage. And he gets denied. And instead of +1... he's on 0, but since they are on a 4v4 and not a 5v5, so they lose map control and donates a gun, the team is actually at -2. I know this is like me very simplifying. I just wanted to show you that -2 is because man equalization, which is like 4v4, is giving attackers advantage. Attackers have an advantage from this, and they get a gun. Operator is being given to the attackers when they have no cash. So that's two things. This is why I think it's a -2 for the team.
This is a situation as well where we're again seeing the adaptation, the on-the-fly thinking coming out of these guys. CNET's going out for more. I don't know if he realized he's playing a Sage this time around. That's going to be an operator.
So yeah,
and a completely
I wonder if they lose this round.
Or peak, excuse me, to give them the pick.
With Izzy down, well, we get some old school operator play. Russ, known for his jet before joining this squad. And well, maybe there's a reason Izzy's picking up.
Oh, I'm doing like that. Nice molly. Nice molly for damage. Yeah, obviously Russ was the player who picked up CNED's.
Unlucky. Imagine. So imagine Russ gets a kill here. Just imagine this shit. The round is lost. There's only one player left on B. Right? Bonkold bailed out Ascent. Look at this face. Look at this face, man. Look at this face, bro. Just look at it. Look at Bonkold looking at him. He's like, I got you, motherfucker. Bam! I need to make a zoom in on this. Like a keybind or something. To do stuff like this. But imagine if Bonkold actually doesn't get the kill and he gets one-tapped by an operator. Ascend are fucked big time, but he bails them out. Yeah, does he actually tag him? No, he actually missed. All right.
I'm doing like that. Nice molly. Nice molly for damage. Yeah, obviously Russ was the player who picked up CNED's spot on BBL as the jet operator player. He was literally the replacement for the man that got taken down and gave that op over. But he hasn't found anything with it. It now falls to Pora to try and get some damage done. All the while that they're slowly pushing up long, there is a flank play coming in. Starzo's again taking contact, teammates are there, and this is textbook. This is clean. I am absolutely loving the way that Ascender approaches.
You had to make a play to get, or they get overwhelmed on site. I don't necessarily agree, especially since you know they have an operator. Look, the thing is, they have an operator on attack, right? And they have 4 people. So how do you play as to get an advantage here? You could just play on site, use your smokes, so that operator player cannot get an angle. I don't agree with this pick. With this peak, sorry. This peak here by Bonkold is like okay, but I don't think it's the best play. Because you know that the other 3 players have shit guns, and the best gun currently on that half buy is an operator. So if you play with your smokes and you just smoke off this and play slow, you deny them to use the operator.
Joining this squad. And well, maybe there's a reason Izzy's picking up.
I'm doing the more fight. You're very
being one of the
Prediction: Gambit versus Vision Strikers. Vision Strikers should take it. But we'll see. Okay, same Viper wall.
Definitely is. The upside is for supermassive plays as you much for things. I mean, look, Ascend allowed it through for a reason.
Different Viper defense wall on B this time,
uncertainty, but from all the data that we have,
which is very different, by the way. Very different Viper wall. Let's talk a little bit about that. So typically you would see a Viper wall if it's used on B, right? You have a Viper wall that typically is being set up from here. Man, this snap from this thing, Jesus, wait, is being used like this. This is a typical Viper wall that players do on professional level if they want to gain control of this area because it stops the initial push from hookah, right? And then you put like an orb in here, in example, right? Maybe sometimes you don't put that orb, but you can, but you don't have to. And this wall is different because it gives space out of garden. But I think they do it because I actually don't know. Wait, why would they like to give space there? So I think the reason why this might be the case is that because they can play in elbow as an anti-flash. Because if this wall is up, you can play in this corner here and peek after the initial flash from Sky. So you can just play this if there's no smoke in front of you, of course. But if there's a smoke, this is negated anyway. It's kind of weird, but it is a little bit better for retaking. Because if you retake, you don't have to worry about this angle. And that's about it. So it's a little bit better for retaking, but worse for defending in the first place. Interesting. Let's see if it's going to have any effect, actually.
For Supermassive Blaze, as you pointed out,
They have a quicker retreat after peeking long? No, they don't. The other wall has actually a quicker response. Like, you need to remember that there's an activation time as well. If the wall starts from this point, it activates instantly here. While if it activates from here, it needs to go up from here. So it's slower. And it has a worse angle.
Can mean two things. I mean, look, Ascend allowed it through for a reason. They banned Haven for a reason. So it is definitely a moment of uncertainty. But from all the data that we have, that favors Supermassive Blaze. So they don't...
Horror gets a kill on CNET. Wait, what? Through the wall. Through the box. Okay, that's just a lucky kill. I think. Or maybe CNET used a slow that sold his position and Pora spanned because of that.
All the data that we have, that favors Super.
What the hell happened? Is he boosted on the wall already? Maybe there's a... I mean, he doesn't have a wall in his equipment, and he for sure has cash, and I don't see it on the minimap. Hopefully we get a replay on this. I'm really interested in what happened there.
It is definitely a moment of uncertainty, but from all the data that we have, that favors Supermassive Blaze, so they don't need to feel...
Oh, it was a counter flash, okay.
If the start of this game or...
Oh, there's a wall here. So he was just standing on the wall and he was over-peeking it. Okay. And Zeke is being counted by this wall. Why is he playing from this location? Did he jump down? Was he playing on... Yeah, he was playing on the box, on top of the box. But he didn't see anything because of the wall. So this is also like lack of experience against playing against the wall because he didn't know that he's gonna get counted. It's interesting.
Favors Supermassive Blaze, so they don't need to feel stressed if the start of this game or this map indeed at all doesn't go their way. Although this round has started out well for them. The CNET again falling right off the bat.
Yeah, they have to have a decent idea where Killers was. The flash wouldn't have caught him in any other spot, so they have been able to clear at least the close angle for now. Hunter's Fury also online, so if someone gets tagged by this, I almost assume that we'll see it come through just to almost guarantee the round. 2 openers should be more than enough. And there's in trouble. Trying to dance his way out of this one. I think he's going to get away with it as well. So
okay, but 80 damage, not the best.
It's only one, but there is no chance for Killers here. He should be shut down at the back of the site, and it's left onto Bone Cold.
Yeah, the 1v4 that looks practically impossible. Great push out of Supermassive Blaze. The early fight going their way up against CNET.
What's the new emote? I'm confused. Got a message about a new emote?
Blitz out onto the site and take every single fight they can. And it's even that Hunter's Fury use.
On my channel? You get a message about a new emote?
He's not ready to react to his teammate. He's not ready to take that.
Okay. So, CNET gets baited by Power.
Fight right away because he's jumping around. He's trying not to die, and then Starzo all alone gets shut down. Although it doesn't
Probably the Viper one or something. Yeah, I also was exchanging some emotes, so nothing changed in the emotes. But oh yeah, actually it changed because I uploaded the green version. Yes, yes, that is correct, Lace.
Already, instantly trying to lock out any pressure into B. It was the success point in the previous round.
Why do they put the Viper wall down if they're going to use the Viper?
Oh, see? That's something that I was literally trying to figure out as well. They're putting the Viper wall up in the same spot, but they do have the Viper's pit. I don't get this. Like, the only thing that they gain from this Viper wall right now is this. To like, stop the initial push through hookah. Like, that makes no sense. It would be much better if you just if you just keep the Viper wall to retake on A. It's kind of, I don't get, like, so many decisions made in professional teams. This might not sound right, but I feel like there's many decisions in professional teams when it comes to Vipers, because the Vipers are typically not Viper mains, and they don't really care about min-maxing much. Like, I feel like it's just going through motions because they have limited set of plays, because they play many characters, right? So they don't min-max the maps they play. You have the same impression from Vision Strikers? No, Vision Strikers play exceptionally well on utility. So far from what I've seen, they play exceptionally well. That is your prediction on 100 Thieves versus Ascent? Watching Ascent, how they play right now, I feel like 100 Thieves is just gonna breeze through them. My super light Logitech is coming in this morning. I'm excited about it. I can play golf good now. But you're gonna love it, man. This mouse is absolutely phenomenal. What mouse are you using right now?
Pit. That's one like small thing for me. I much prefer to use it for post plant. You know, okay, it's there to help you out in hookah, but anyways, Izzy's sending it. Bone Cold's down right.
So they have the drone. They still have the drone. So this is the moment when they kill Bone Cold here, right? If they would really like to execute on B, this is the moment where Russ should go long and drone this Viper's pit. Without that, they can't really go through it.
That solo held down B long for upwards of a minute before.
Yeah, if you use a wired mouse and you never use a good wireless mouse, Lays, you're gonna love the Logitech Superlight.
Yeah, and his ultimate's also gone out of the round, so it gives a lot of the retake potential away. A very aggressive position as well from Zeke. Normally we'd call this the one and done. He's going to be in
Wait, what? Doesn't get tagged.
quite a bit of trouble. He has to go peeking, and actually, he'll take one out, goes back with the showstopper, and he's still staying alive. The nade will get him out of there, and Zeke is just going ham. Trouble. He has to go peeking, and actually, he'll take one out, goes back.
How much HP Izzy has?
Back with the showstopper, and he's still staying alive.
So he gets tagged 3 times in the body here, right? Random bullshit, go! He misses 5 daggers, man. He gets tagged for half HP here. Then he gets 55 damage from the explosion. And then the last bullet kills him. This one here. Interesting. 2 would have been deadly. Yes, 2 daggers there would have been enough to kill him. Also, I think the biggest problem here is that look at the position from Russ. This is not nitpicking, by the way. I think this is actually a very big mistake. All right. So Russ has no idea where the opponents are. As much for now, as much as he knows, a guy could be standing here. This is like a position of his opponent. He could be standing here as much as he knows, right? So droning from this position when he's alone really makes no sense. And you could see a lot of experienced players, especially do it on Haven Long C, when they have no clue if someone is cubby. They actually drone it behind the doorway and not close to the angle. So if Russ would have been an example droning from even here, it doesn't make much of a difference when it comes to his position and the longevity of the drone, but it gives him enough time to react if someone is actually pushing from the close corner. Doesn't Viper clear the spot you mentioned? I don't think so.
Yeah, and his ultimate's also gone out of the round, so it gives a lot of the retake potential.
I mean, she did it like few seconds ago. Look how much time passed. See? Look how much time passed. And even if no one is standing here because it's a stupid angle, I just made it as an example, right? Someone can still be here, like exactly where Zeke is. So I really, really don't think this is a good position for Russ to be in. And the reason is because he has no one to help him.
Normally we'd call this the one going all onto Pora. Everybody massive blaze.
It's going to be that he'll try to blast pack out. He'll try to get away. He had to try and done that. He had his nade information. They've got launcher to come in and stop the show.
Oh, that's a lot of information. They've just seen 3 players deep.
Wait. Where did Achilles use his... So I'm seeing this wall. I'm seeing this wall from Achilles, but he also used his orb. And where did he use his orb? I have no clue. I wonder where the orb is. Maybe we'll see it in the round. We'll see. In Long B? Did he?
Down in the smoke.
Turker's getting fucked here by Bonkold.
Oh my god! What was he doing?
He had the tiger out.
No, wait, look. Oh my god, dude. So I really disagree with this. Look at the minimap. Look at this. Why is the smoke here? This is the toxic orb, right? Has to be the one way. Right? Yeah, this is the one way for showers. But this makes no sense. Why do you use a wall also on showers if you do a one way on showers? This literally makes no sense. You cannot put your wall and orb at the same time because you override the same position and you literally counter the purpose of the one way. If you would like to do this setup, then you need to do the wall from here without showers. Like, this is just straight up wrong. If this is the toxic orb and not a smoke from Bonkold or from the Astra, and it's not from the Astra, then this is literally wrong. See, this is the stuff that I was talking about when it comes to like the Viper plays I see on pro level. Trigger the wall, then shoot with the one way. But if you're activating the wall, she has a cooldown, right? And then you have used fuel that depletes the same fuel from the one way. So you literally, you're countering yourself. You're not playing optimally. That they don't think there's a one way, but they can hear the one way. If you're in showers, you literally hear if there's a one way. so weird. I don't know. Let's see if he does this again.
Get the Tiger out. It was a choice. No, I think it was a flash, right? And he had a choice of either popping a flash or even if it was the Tiger.
Damn, man.
Just the
Jesus Christ.
information wasn't there to play.
Starks was clean here.
Absolutely amazing. And it's
Did you analyze any Vision Strikers matches yet? Yes, I did. The Vision Strikers and Ascend match was actually very nice.
that you pop your drone from, that you pop your Tiger from, that you'll flash for your teammates, where you know I'm not in a spot where I can be taken down, and regardless of
He's done that in an eco as well.
versus an eco, absolutely. But hey, if you let them get up close like that, whether it's a Tiger or a guiding light coming around the corner, that can bridge the gap way in.
How is it that pro teams are not that well prepared? You'd say as pros they have ample opportunity to learn the agents they play. I was a bit surprised of Neil Zinio's comment on how much Vision Strikers prepared. Seemed to me that they all should have this dedication. So, if you remember, Neil Zinio said that Vision Strikers were preparing for 16 hours per day, 7 hours a week, 7 days a week. So I think this is like the absolute like pinnacle of dedication, and I don't think everyone has that. That requires absolute dedication and insane mental fortitude to sustain that without burning out, even for such a short period of time. Not every single person is prepared for that. So I don't think it's a wise choice to even do that same, because it might be too much. It would actually be detrimental. You can be more efficient with less work typically. It's just how Vision Strikers prepare, and it's maybe because they have different work ethic, maybe they have different goals, maybe they have different personalities. So you cannot really make this comparison, right? So it's a little bit different. But I do think that a lot of teams in EMEA, when it comes to like preparations on agents, they're really way behind. You remember when in EMEA playoffs in Berlin, I made the comment that I feel like EU in general, the entire EMEA region is behind of metagame, and NA is currently ahead of it. It's exactly because of what I'm witnessing here. The teams are not playing well with utility, and the compositions are a little bit lacking. They have too much Reynas and so much, too many Reynas, and the utility usage is sometimes subpar. That means that the meta is not being developed correctly in this region, Something like NA utility is good either. Yeah, because Vision Strikers is... Like, look, Vision Strikers utility usage is not like, oh my god, mind-blowing. Vision Strikers utility, in my eyes, is like, oh, that's how you're supposed to play. It's not that Vision Strikers are doing something unorthodox. It's just something that should be done, right? Because that should be the level that we should see at tier 1 esports in Valorant. The game is just new, so Vision Strikers are first to reach that designated level. Is the Glorious model all worth it? Never had it in my hands, my friend, so cannot tell you.
Into their favor and give them a weapon potentially to play with.
Are we seeing the same setup from Keelys? If he fucking does the one way in showers right now, I'm gonna be pissed. With the same wall.
We haven't really seen a lot from them on this map, and I think that this...
Are Vision Strikers like Astralis? I didn't watch that much of Astralis, but you can't really compare CS and Valorant when it comes to utility usage, because the game is so different. It's just, you cannot. In CS, you have smokes, mollies, and flashes. That's it. That's all the utility complexity that you get.
Story that we were pitching that maybe,
Just Valorant on the fundamental level of utility is way more complicated. I'm not saying it's better because of that. I'm just saying it's more complicated.
They've made the adaptations and they've left this map in for a reason.
Wait.
the story that we were pitching, that maybe, you know, they've made the adaptation.
Yeah, that's the one way. Dude.
And they've left this map in for a reason.
Look. And now, this is why I'm being pissed. Look at this shit. Look at this shit, okay? Kitties is looking at A short. But he also has the one way. So he would like to help himself with the wall on the short, but if he activates it, it denies the one way. So what's the point? Like, it makes no fucking point, because if he depletes the fuel from the one way, he cannot activate the wall. But if he activates the wall, he cannot activate the one way. I mean, he can activate the one way, it's just the purpose of it is just not there. No, it doesn't add more decay. Being in the wall and the orb at the same time doesn't increase the decay. It only makes the decay... decay will disappear a little bit later, but it doesn't make the decay stronger. This just makes no sense.
Well, whether that's true or not, it ain't working. No,
And look at his position right now. He essentially needs to get a smoke from Bonkold on A short to have any utility there. I really don't like this. What I think he was trying to do is save his fuel by just using the wall when they push from shot to shower. And now I know that you don't know jack shit about the game. Because Viper fuel doesn't go down faster if you use the Toxic Orb and wall at the same time.
You can't really blame them for that. The other side, Ascend. It's good to see them back. As you said, in the last map, it definitely was... There was a lot to be desired, I think is a way to put it. Now, there are some decent ults here, Mitch, so it's not like it's all doom and gloom for Supermassive Blaze, but...
It's not a personal attack, by the way. I'm just saying there's a lot of people who try to justify something without having the game knowledge. See? Now he puts up the wall, but he's not gonna put up the one way.
So far, the rotate on the way to A, but for now, there's no...
Like, this literally makes no fucking sense, man. And he has no fuel anyway, so he had to turn it off. This makes literally no fucking sense. This makes literally no fucking sense, man.
Only the one player close, but that info gets old very, very quickly. In fact, the entirety of Ascend now in towards the spawn. They won't be able to do much up against...
And you know what's funny? Imagine if he would have his Toxic Orb right now in a different place. Since he used the wall here, right? Wait, let me use my straight line that I bought today. So he's using the line from here to here, right? This is the wall. This is the Viper wall right here. But imagine that he doesn't have the one way here, right? And you could put it here on the default spot to actually have something for retakes, and which would also be a potential combo with... They don't have like Snakebites right now or Molly, but if they would have it, he could actually stop the plant from happening. Oh! They have the paint shells. Look at this shit. Imagine using the Toxic Orb with the paint shells right now to potentially even maybe someone kill someone, right? Weird flex, but okay. I bought it because of your gifted subs yesterday, my friend. Would you give pro teams coaching on Viper play like Flow Ascending does 100 Thieves on Sage? Does he do it? That's pretty nice. I mean, if someone would ask me, I sure would do it. I don't see a problem with that. If someone, of course, would think, oh, this guy can actually help us. But, you know, I'm just a content creator. What do I know, right? Look.
This is
Just look at this. Here. Well activated, one-way activated. For what? Brim had Molly, he used it at the default plant. Did he? Then, yeah, you're right. Look at this shit. Now imagine there's a toxic orb. This guy could have died.
Spawn. Won't be able to do much.
Like, my god, dude. Because what do you do here, right? Look, before the molly lands, you have the toxic orb here that is activated when they start pushing, right? So they go into the smoke, right? They go into the smoke while being decayed, they plant while being decayed, and then the molly lands, which is insane high DPS. It could actually kill someone.
That info gets old.
Gone to plan. It's left all up to Starzo, incredibly low. Now the spike was dropped, and they're yet to get it planted, but it will eventually go down. This leaves the possibility of this round as slim to none. He needs an instant frag, and Pora is already there.
It's down just to want them enough space to get in and put the Viper's.
He's feeling it.
Supermassive plays as Viper's Pit ain't gonna be online. He destroyed the rest.
Do we have again the same setup?
It's just been completely destroyed.
Alright, well, yeah.
Starting to wake up a little bit. He's actually going to go through his own screen and just opens up the A site solo. The remaining 3 players from Ascend might actually have a choice to make here.
Why did Ascend choose Sky over Sova in this map?
Some of the weaponry through. Now, I see that. He's just now taken 3 players with him. What is this map made of? Now, I see that. Actually have a choice to make here. Maybe thinking about keeping some of the weaponry through. Now, I see that. He's just taken 3 players.
Jesus
with him.
Christ.
What is this map made of? Just 2 remaining
Because
on
Sky is a
outside.
tier S agent and they have nothing else to replace. They could in theory replace Zeke to play Sova, but then they have no mobility. And Starkso is just nuts on Sky and they have similar role. They just have it. Like, look. Sky, in most cases, is a better Sova. Because the only thing that is worse is the drone. The Tiger is a worse version of the drone, but she has insane flashes, which are the absolute best flashes in the game. Her ultimate is for 6 and is actually super useful, and she will have it way more often than Sova for 8, so it brings down the ult economy way down, especially when you play garbage ultimate economy like this. Imagine you have a Sova, and it's an 888. Garbage, man. Your conversion rate of rounds with the ultimates go way down, but just because you have Sky, your conversion rates of rounds is actually going up just because of the ultimate. And the bonus is the heal. It's the least important aspect of the character, but it's just a bonus. It's not DK, Mike Link, it's DK, like this. Viper DK is the passive ability of the smoke and the wall, which makes the HP go lower over time.
Sort of punishment, but it's
Caroline SB.
So sad to not see you in Berlin. Thank you for these analytical streams. Thank you for the sub, my friend. And this is your 2nd time subbing, so thank you very much. And a new subscriber badge for you.
Lol, my bad. Don't worry about it. It's easy to misunderstand, especially with my accent.
Fix it today.
Carlos, fuck off.
Zizzy far away with an operator in hand. The bullet gives him a haircut. Behind Brave. Shuts Bone Cold down. And Starzo again needs the clutch. Up against an off. The flash will be shot out. But the time is so low. All he needs to do is run that clock down. And I think Izzy has gotten away with it. Another round for Supermassive Blaze by the skin on the teeth.
I still can't believe the CNED managed to get 3 kills there, and all in all, like, they've managed to take every single weapon out of the hands of their opponent and pick up an operator for CNED, so it gives something to be played with in the next round, but I feel like just a lot of these spots have been very sloppy.
Have you done pick'ems for the players? Nah, I don't do pick'ems.
Themselves opportunities. They've been very good.
Z-Show, a new sub.
Yo, Z-Show, thank you very much for the sub. Welcome to the channel, Mr. Tier 1. If you could say something about yourself, that would be absolutely splendid, my broski. Thank you very much for the support. Where are you from?
So unnecessarily risky when you already had a 5-on-3.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It was a real roll of the dice yet again, and we've seen it come back to bite them in the past, but this time...
And by the way, CNET does that 3k because he plays a Phantom and not a fucking Vandal, man. He wouldn't have done that with a Vandal, 100%. Or it would have just lesser possibility of an outcome of like that.
time around.
Oh, finally we see a different orb. Finally we see a different orb from Kitties. He's actually using a deep showers. And this makes sense when he has this wall on A side. I'm from the UK. Welcome, my brother.
Massive Blaze have their 3 rounds. Can they push?
Finally he changed it.
It's the final round of the half. And take a look at what Ascend have
And it's a good orb. Look how it ends. See how much more impact an orb like this has than just doing a one-way on showers?
to work with. A res on CNED. That could prompt them for some early round aggression, but actually they're playing more conventional, more of a default, maybe not wanting to take any risks with the way Supermassive Blaze have been able to capitalize.
Does Vandal feel better on LAN?
Previously.
I mean, I played on LAN, but I didn't play really Vandal. So because I just know Phantom's a better gun.
Making a lot of noise into mid and bathrooms. There's a fallback from Supermassive Blaze. They've done well over the last few rounds to bait these rotations. Ascend quite quick to rotate in a lot of cases after not spotting anything. Over onto A, it's the drone to pull back Starzo. He was actually heading into B. They had the right idea, and you could just see him running back and forth. They fall into Zeke and CNED. It's quick to keep the advantage in their favor.
He has the res. No way he's gonna res this.
Luckily, no one got around to punish him in time. A recon to backside destroyed instantly. They know there's 2 players here, but CNED is taking them down through the wall. There is nowhere to hide from this guy right now.
I really like what he did. Look. This is, if you're a Sage player, right? You have to act like CNED here. This is a very small thing, but listen to me carefully right now. Look, he has 10 HP, right? But he's not equipping and healing instantly. See? He's waiting. And you could be like, why is he waiting? Why is he waiting right now? So, a player who is damaged cannot be healed for 2 seconds after he's being damaged. So if he insta-heals himself, he's not gonna be insta-healed. And he's gonna lose the outcome of the heal because of the first 2 seconds. So he's not gonna heal full 60 because of that. I've been watching you for a few months and still didn't know Viper takes the same gas for both wall and orb. Now you know. And this applies to every character, by the way. If you are a Sky, right? If an example, let's say this is a drop-down map, right? You have a Sky here, and her heal. Oh, let me use a new tool. Her heal is this, right? And someone was being damaged. Someone was being damaged here, and you have your heal active while he's being damaged. So this guy is damaged. You're gonna use your fuel for healing him, but he's not gonna get healed because of that debuff. So you need to wait to start the heal because this guy gonna consume your fuel, but he's not gonna get the HP. How do people find out so minute details? Paying attention and wanting to learn the game. That's how I found those small things. Like I always paid like I like finding min-maxing in games. You know? I like finding min-maxing in games. So I really like that stuff. Yes, it only applies after taking damage. And it applies to Reyna as well. Unless it's her ult. Her ult is actually overriding this. If she's on her ult, she insta-heals. I might be wrong about the exact duration of the debuff because I never checked it, but you cannot heal instantly after getting damaged. In my eyes, it's like 2 seconds. Might be like 1.3 seconds or something like that. I never checked it.
From this
But there is the duration of that.
guy right now, supermassive blaze, choose instead to run away. They're not going towards the A
Let's
side.
see your troll.
Not just yet. It's a relocation around too long. They don't want to jump out. Oh,
Okay.
well, they don't want to jump out of hookah, but they're going to jump up long, right into his scope, give a free kill away, and with 10 seconds left, CNED quickly dispatches his final rival. 9-3 at the half, and
Are you sure that this guy wastes fuel? Yes. 100%. And also the same happens. Another example. Oh, wait. Another example of this would be that we have a Viper wall. Right? We have a Viper wall. Like this. A player goes through it and gets decayed. So he has minus 30. If a Sky or a Sage is next to him, she can actually heal him even though he's not damaged. So it's gonna be wasted. The fuel or the heal is gonna be wasted because his HP is lower than his maximum and the game thinks he's damaged.
dominant as we feared it would be for Ascent.
Well, that's the thing. We talk about the last map, and one of the things highlighted on the desk was that it did look like Izzy had CNED's number a little bit. Like,
Sure.
he had a lot of opening picks, aggressive plays where he was performing incredibly well. It's not been the
Really found needs.
Brum brum brum.
on the desk for the next.
Take us to a map.
Alright. Let's pay attention. Oh, I'm not really a fan of this wall, Achilles. It's 2.1 seconds? How do you know that, Watermelon, by the way? Did you check it yourself right now? Valorant fandom healing? Wait, let me check this.
This is
Healing will be halted for 2.1 seconds after entering combat. See? I didn't even know that. But in my mind, it was 2 seconds. But it's actually 2.1 seconds. So now I learned something. Now I learned something. What about the Viper wall from lamps to hookah and garden? Wait, what? The Viper wall from lamps to hookah and garden? Yeah, that's the most standard wall. Like, it's pretty decent, but it's like the most standard wall, so typically pro teams don't use it. But this wall here, it just denies lamps, and that's about it. It doesn't help with anything else. So, Ascend, when executing A, still has to use smokes. Oh, the blue is not really visible. So they still have to use smokes on site here, right? To deny vision from backside A and showers, and still have to use the Sage wall. So this is why I don't like this wall, because the purpose of it can be replaced with anything else, right? You can replace this wall with a simple smoke and have a bigger impact with the wall here. I'm really not a fan of this wall because of that. And you know what's even funnier is that as a Viper, you can put a Toxic Orb here, right? Which then you can pick up and reposition. Or just, you have Bonkold to just smoke this. And the effect is the same.
is an elimination game.
Riot should put the duration of buff debuffs in game to see. Also the stun duration of breacher, for example. Yes, I said that to the developers many times, that there needs to be more detail description of the skills in game when you press F1.
Looks like they're already out of this map at least.
It's much effective in post plant? No, it's not. No, it's not. Look. The only thing that it achieves is also being achieved by this wall. When you do this wall... Why is it so snappy? My god, dude. Ah, fuck! Shit, stop! Stop playing! Thank you. So, when you put the Viper wall like this, it achieves the same. Because this area is being cut off from post plant anyway, right? And you are getting more impact from this wall on site, because when people want to push from side, they're getting decayed. While lamps is being typically controlled by someone, and you can reposition your toxic orb into lamps as well. Like, I really don't like it because of that. Like, you can play this more effectively. Of course, you have like this small Viper wall here for this, but you can reposition this with this orb, right? And people can still not get affected by this wall because they can peek from here. So, I really don't like this. And if I'm not mistaken, there's enough space in this corner to actually hide behind this wall. So when it comes to min-maxing, I'm really not a fan of this wall.
Supermassive plays have been pretty sick when it comes to pistol rounds, at least over on Ascent. We'll see if the same awaits them here.
Sorry for that. Did you already review G2 vs Sen? Yes, yesterday. You can find it on the past broadcasts. It's not on YouTube yet, but it's on in the past broadcasts.
Starzo putting it back into a 2 versus 2, and all this time the spike has been ticking. They need to get moving, and on that flank trying to split them apart, but Starzo is hitting absolutely everything. 3 kills for him in this round. It has been a resurgence.
Because Sovadron and Sky Tigers gets DK damage after going through Viper smokes. Sovadron doesn't.
I mean, he just lights them up, makes it
I am actually not sure about the wolf, about the tiger.
But then again, he might also have missed. So
I'm actually not sure about the tiger. I don't think he's being affected, but he might be because it's but it might. I'm actually not sure.
Coming out as Ascend hit double digits, now closing in on a map 3 to fight to stay.
Can you upload your Vision Strikers review to YouTube? Yes, it's gonna be reviewed. Sorry, it's gonna be put on the secondary YouTube channel pretty soon. When Kurosaki will have time to like cut it from the VOD and put those few hours on YouTube, then we'll be done. I like the aggressive play.
Oh, good night. Oh, it's too deep. He go for a knife.
Is there a way I can see this Viper wall on site?
It's now closing in.
Okay. Another thing that I don't like. Another thing that I don't like. This Viper wall, right, goes in a straight line like this, right? So it's not being spawned onto truck. And in my opinion, that's a bad wall. Like, it really doesn't give you that much. So the thing is, there might be a case where someone can actually hide behind this wall if it's done improperly, right? And you can achieve the same thing. You can achieve literally the same thing, because the point of this of putting a wall in Kabi is to affect the guy standing here in DK, right? So what you can do actually, because of that, you can angle the wall by doing it like this, right? Let me use a straight line. You can do it like this, so it still affects the person standing in Kabi with a DK, and he's fully visible because of the angle, while it goes over the truck here, so it stops people from heaven to see short. So you don't need a smoke in this position on truck, right? You don't need a smoke on truck to make sure that no one sees you from heaven.
On a map 3 to fight to stay alive.
Let's pay attention, because if there's an actual execute on A side, Bonkold will need to put a smoke on truck.
You can almost not fault a lot of teams if they were to force in this scenario. So many rounds behind, give them an extra opportunity. But they want to make sure they at least get themselves a purchase.
Do they think wins from 100 Thieves on Ascent? I think currently 100 Thieves are favored.
To be the slightly more successful weapon. Well,
Oh, good night. Oh, it's too deep. Did
he go for a knife?
No. He got the kill on. Oh, it's too.
The slightly more successful weapon. Well,
Oh, good night. Oh, it's too deep. Did
he go for a knife?
No. He got the kill on the Starzo with the right-click classic. He was just jumping around.
I mean, did Starzo go for it?
Oh, did Starzo? I mean, he was very low. I would be surprised, but then again, this is a sense.
Did he try to knife? I don't know.
Possibly.
Can we?
He either just brain lagged.
See if he was going for a knife. I think he might have been.
Little replay.
He tried to knife. Did he say that? It's somewhere on social medias or something.
Looking to close this one out without losing anybody else, realistically. Supermassive Blaze have already done quite a chunk of damage. Of course, poor at 38 HP running into a judge, and even with 150, you're
The Masters match is starting in an hour and a half. Gambit versus Vision Strike is going to be insane. Are you gonna watch it? I'm gonna watch. I mean, I'm gonna do a VOD review, so I'm probably not gonna watch it live.
jump into Spike. I don't know what I'm talking about. Obviously.
What about Poro Wall? Yeah, the Poro Wall is good. I like it. It allows you to do, like, that's something that also Nats does in Gambit. It allows you to play a retake on Garden, but it also controls hookah and counters, like, a little bit of the utility from the attackers. So, I actually do like it.
If he can make even an extra kill here, that would be nice, but Cena's going to put him in the dirt.
I mean, look, there was still a bonus to that. He took the shields off.
What is the first match today, by the way?
And sure, it's only going to be 400 credits, you know, a couple here or there, but at the same time, it's worth it. He did go for a knife.
Oh my god, dude.
I love Stars.
They're losing.
This moment, he's trying to go.
They are losing a map on a qualifying match on LAN, and he goes for a knife.
On Starzo's part, he put the Trailblazer through into Bath, spotted out that no one was there, but he immediately then flashed it. And that was good because the reaction to Supermassive Blaze was to leave Bath control. Well, as soon as the Trailblazer disappeared and was used up, they ran right back at
Pretty funny, not gonna lie.
Big plays coming out of Zeke.
Alright, this is a full buy round. Let's pay attention to this execute, okay? It is actually not a full buy round because they lost. Never mind. But if they would like to do an execute on A, pay attention to truck. Because Bonkold will be forced to smoke it.
It felt like a very flat map for Ascend, but this is exactly what they needed. That little bit of a momentum builder to put them right back on the map. And now they're just 2 away from closing it out. This will be a...
See? You see the smoke behind the minimap? This makes no fucking sense. This is just losing credits for no reason. Like, I really don't like this. Like, this makes no sense. And you could min-max this as well. So, if... No, it's not misclick. This wall is being used by Achilles now the second time. And because of that, Bonkold has to put this... Look, he puts one smoke, second smoke. But if this wall would have actually been used in a proper way... Oh my god. If this wall will have been put in a proper way over the box, because it's curved like this, then Bonkold could actually put a smoke over here instead, so it would counter the operator position as well. If someone is boosted on truck, But because he can't, he needs to put a smoke on the box to counter the vision from heaven to short. They might do it for extra protection. Extra protection from what? There's no extra protection here. There's literally no extra protection here. I don't mind. Look, guys. I don't mind this smoke. I really don't mind it. It's okay. You don't have to. It's fine. But this smoke here is a waste.
Bonus out of Ascend, not one we expect them to win, but they've always been a team that can surprise us. Zeke, with a judge in hand, is looking to try and get a closer range fight. His teammates can't really come to help him just yet. So much Viper utility, keeping them locked out. And look at that, Brave down to 2 health. So close to being able to...
Extra smoke doesn't give extra protection. I mean, it does give a little bit of extra protection because you now have to pop flash from here. As Turco would have to like pop flash outside of the brim smoke and not through the Viper wall. So you can play in the brim smoke and be safe from pop flashes. Like, you can play here without being worried about pop flashes. This is the extra security. But I'm not discussing this smoke because this smoke is fine. I don't mind it. This smoke, this fucking smoke is a waste and it pisses me off because it could have been avoided and they could have actually have extra protection if instead of this smoke here, they would have put the smoke here if the Viper wall would have been done correctly. It would be cool if you could show it while being in a custom game. Okay, I'm gonna do it, but I literally explained it the best possible way. There's literally nothing that I have to explain anymore, but I'll do it. Maybe they did it because Viper was low on toxicity? No. It's not about the fuel, it's about the position of the wall. Can someone send me that wallpaper? Go to my Discord. It's pinned in the English channel.
No one can hold that.
Are you able to stream Division Strikers match? No. I'm gonna do a VOD review on Monday. This is the second time they use this Viper wall.
The lies we've told.
So Achilles is using this wall. Right? I'm not even sure if I can do it properly because I never use it. I think this is this one. Like it should be like this. Yeah. This is this one. Okay? That's probably the best way you can do it actually. Because the person cannot stand here without peeking through and being affected. Okay, so the point is... when this wall is active, I can still see through this wall on short because sometimes the head will be peeking through here. Especially because of the wall is like fluid. You see how it goes like up and down, up and down. So you can see people passing through short. Right? But if you do the wall properly, while being curved like this, right? It's still covering the same shit here, so no one can stand in this corner because you're being affected by the decay, right? And because the wall is being put on this shit, you're not able to see A short at all. Look, I'm gonna do it actually from the other way so you know what I'm talking about. Look. If I do this wall like this, and I do it always like this, right? This is the Viper wall I'm using. You cannot stand in here because you're being visible, like through here. Like you cannot, look, you can't even stand because you're nearsighted here. And if you stand here, your gun is sticking out unless you stand like this, but you can spam this, right? And you can't stand here because you're nearsighted. And when you're standing in heaven, come on, fuel. You can't see anything on A short. Literally can't see anything. So this smoke from Brimstone here is not needed at all. Just because this one spawn from the wall is here. And because of that, because of the Viper wall being used weirdly, the team pays in 100 credits in an execute, but that's not even important because they could use that smoke in a different spot. That's the issue that I have with this. I need to go for something to drink. Be right back. One moment. My boys and girls, okay? It's not even the 100 credits. It's about the fact that they have one smoke less than they should. The credit is just like whatever. The smoke is used when it shouldn't be used, and because of that they have less possibilities of using utility this round.
Clutch.
Do you like the playstyle on KO on from One of the Thieves? And he's definitely played better than what we have seen from other teams playing KO. It's not still like the way I imagine KO being played, but the thing is, like, teams would have to readjust to playing KO so much. Do I main agents? My main is a Viper. This is why I pay so much attention to Viper shit. Happy to help, Berlin Boom Bap.
Now the numbers are evened up, and I'm starting to get a little bit worried.
Yeah, they managed to pick up a rifle or two. Okay, Killer's going for the one tap. He's not really going to get anything from it, and the spike is actually still waiting back through the teleporter. They're trying to...
Oh, he didn't pick up the orb. Small min-maxim mistake. Look, he activates the orb here, right? He goes for the teleport now. He could actually pick up the orb and still have it active to go for the TP. So this is, I do actually think as a Viper player, this is a huge blunder because you don't have your toxic orb anymore. Like you should be doing this, picking up while jumping for the TP. Look, there's no way leaving this toxic orb there is a correct decision. You don't pay anything for doing that. He even took his time walking through, right? He did. There's like... I feel like I'm piling on killies, but I'm doing that because I know that you guys will learn from this as well. Like 100%.
Yet with Izzy already waiting, he doesn't want to take the risk and give up the ACE completely. He's gonna...
You know, my G-Hub thing keeps loading and saying download resources for like 5 minutes now. Just give it more time? Or just kill the process and install it again? I would say. Oh, but Matsi is helping you? Ah, what a nice guy.
It might even bake that rotation, and Russ's position is a...
Maybe teams make such mistake because of land pressure. So I don't think land pressure makes you make those kind of mistakes. It's lack of experience on an agent. Or someone helping you to learn that stuff.
That would have been one of the most ludicrous decisions I've ever seen. And he immediately turned away, knew that he had to hold this position. So well played. Big brain from Russ.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Even though he dies in the end, this is a round that was under heavy threat just a few seconds ago. And now they have to rely on Starzo pulling off a clutch. In fact, he's going aggressive to try and catch them off guard. Izzy's already taken down. 6 seconds left. That plans will be secured. Turco on the other side. It's the headshot to close this one out for Supermassive Blaze around.
Izzy was a little bit over-aggressive here.
Russ in this situation, he had the opportunity to first of all throw away the round by going TP, which he ignored, and then had the perfect position to save the round.
Even still, it has been a night and day performance again for Starzo. Like this is a round, as we always talk about, that if you're getting even 2 kills, that's a pretty good one. To get it 4 into a 1v1, and it took a ridiculous
My God.
Turco for them to actually close that. So definitely
Risky business with the new bang elbow boxes. No, that's true. But honestly, funnily enough, I feel like a lot of pro players are still forgetting about it. That you can spam the boxes. You know? Are you noticing how everyone is switching from Vandal to Phantom? Not everyone. Not everyone. But it's something that I talked for how many months now, right? That Phantom is just so much better than Vandal, and I cannot wait to see EU switch to Phantom. By the way, time for an ad. Time for a gurolki, my friends. I actually have an urge to eat one, so... A new hot chocolate taste, you can type in exclamation mark guralki if you live in Scotland, UK, I mean, Great Britain, no wait, UK, Hungary, Czech, Slovakia, and Poland. You for sure can get those. Thank you for sponsoring our stream. Do they ship to Canada? I'm sure you have some Polish shops in Canada. Now lick it while watching the webcam. Ah, the taste, man. don't you think playing Vandal over Phantom is just a preference? Type in exclamation mark Phantom. The gun is literally better. No offense, just a question. Why aren't you casting this event? Because I wasn't hired for it. That's the answer.
Sense perspective, obviously having those weak weapons and clutching it out would have been massive, but yeah, as you said, you're not going to be too stressed about this. You're going to sit down and say, hey, you know what, guys? Damn it, we should have won that. Let's get all depressed now. They've got rifles to work with here. This is the round that they'll look to take across the line. And it starts out so well. Izzy, a player who's really struggled so far, gets shut down right away, and Zeke is looking to take another fight, holding the angle and waiting for a player to come around the corner. Turco obliges. Kill doesn't go to either team.
Scream will always prefer Vandal though. So I'm almost certain that Scream actually plays way more Phantom than Vandal, but we can check it. Remind me to check this in a few minutes.
But too greedy, and Turco will punish
Revealing area. Found them.
Try and close this map out. Could come back to bite them.
Not gaming with Cherry. Thank you much for the 2 months. Welcome back, my friend. How you doing? Thank you very much for the ongoing support, and you have a new subscriber badge now. Wait, is that your first paid sub? Because if it is, I would love to have an intro from you. Or did you actually sub before and I just don't remember your name? And I feel bad for that. I'm creating a new sponsored Goralki video with that lick? Oh my god. Don't you think that one-hit headshots on any range aren't worth it? The Phantom... oh my god. Just watch the clip, please. Just type in exclamation mark Phantom and watch the clip. I explained this 2,000 times already.
You know that Supermassive players with momentum are one of the most fearsome teams that we have in the tournament. They're going to start surrounding this B-side. Rotation actually started to go back in the other direction, but with the flash...
Will Riot do something with the Vandal that is kind of dumb that it's so inaccurate?
Someone to go back with
What do you mean, with the first bullet? This is why you use your right click and ADS long range. I think the buff that Vandal needs is either price reduction for 100 credits or having a clip with 30 bullets.
Jump on out with the spike in hand. This is a dangerous play, a risky one indeed. And Bone Cold gonna catch the kill.
Imagine if they actually don't lose a player here. Damn. Oh.
20 seconds to deal with them. A double TP to close the round. Well handled by Supermassive plays. They get baited out by a rotation through the teleporter, but they don't allow themselves to throw.
This is a VOD or COS stream? Literally says in the title, my friend. I'm doing a VOD analysis.
You look at the way that the round ended, and you might
Hello, Invicta.
go, well, we could see but actually the play that Ascend make is a very good one.
Yes.
Like throwing in those players into the teleport, showing players on the other side of the map. It did bait the rotation.
It's my first month. Last time I got gifted a sub. I'm not really good at introductions, but I'm from Lithuania. I like variety of games and I'm happy to be here. Thank you for introducing yourself, Cherry. Happy to have someone from Lithuania here.
That actually wins them that round. Otherwise, it could have very easily fallen into the laps of Ascend.
I actually feel more comfortable with the Vandal because of the fire rate. If for any reason I need to reset a burst of spray, I feel I can do it more precisely than with the Phantom. So the key to be efficient with Phantom is to play it exactly like a Vandal. With burst fire. You only use the the full auto up close when your opponent is like up to 5 meters away and you just SMG them, while in every other situation you played exactly like a Vandal. That's it.
This is still one that can swing their way. We've seen it before. The Supermassive plays need to be careful. Izzy coming close to getting the kill. Tags him up for Turco. And although Bone Cold finds one, there's still so much more to be done.
And of course you can spam through smokes with a Phantom like full auto.
Popping his flashes endlessly. The TP comes through. And they just played that perfectly yet again. Really impressed by Supermassive plays in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, we're gonna have 9 ultimates online for the next round.
Don't spray with the Phantom and it becomes so much better than the Vandal? Exactly.
Too often in Valorant, Bone Cold getting a single kill was actually enough for him to guarantee his into the next round. So yeah,
Missing you, Just Goat, and Ryan Central so much in this current Masters. Riot's loss, in my opinion.
Just 2 away from a showstopper as well.
I don't think it's a Riot's
I'm not looking
loss.
forward to this one, I'll be honest. Things are potentially about
To be honest, like they still have other people to do the analysis, and I'm not saying, you know, other people are bad or something. It's just I would love to do it, but I feel like, look, I'm not gonna say that someone is a worse analyst or something. People have just different type of analysis that they want to convey to viewers. I feel like I do a very unique approach to the analysis that I try to convey to the viewers, because what I try to typically do is to match the teams against each other and make a summary of how the teams will play against each other with their play styles. I'm not gonna isolate useless informations like, oh, this guy has 32% headshot percentage and stuff like that, you know, or they have, you know, win rate is so high on this map, because when it doesn't have context, it doesn't have any sense. What I try to do as an analyst when I'm on broadcast is I try to, like, an example, Ascent versus SMB play on Haven. How do they play against each other? Because that's the entire point, right? I try to describe how their play style, how their compositions play against each other, and they don't play in vacuum, you know? Because if you don't have context, then whatever you say doesn't have a lot of impact, you know? And I feel like that's not something that I have seen. I don't see this often on any esports broadcasts, you know? And that's what I try to deliver when I'm on the broadcast. That's my focus. It's like, actually, you said a true Hearthstone analysis. It's actually very true, because in card games, what matters is the matchup. And I'm literally trying to describe the matchup. Because in Hearthstone, in Flesh and Blood, in Magic the Gathering, in every single card game, you have two decks that have completely different playstyles, an example, and you need to know how do they do, like, well against each other, or who has a worse case of a matchup because of something in its playstyle.
To be honest, when you have these ultimates to play with, this is a sort of round where you can't really just run. Oh, that's really unfortunate.
I am analyst. CR will get 3 rounds in a best of 3. Wait, what is happening here? Wait, I just lost a lot of focus here. Wait, one moment. I'm from Spain. I think you're better than most of the Spanish analysts. I don't watch Spanish broadcasts, my friend. Sorry, but I appreciate the compliment. You do more of an actual game analysis about things that matter, while most current ones are doing a flashy play analysis of useless stats. That's up to you to decide.
Things are,
you know,
about to get very hectic indeed.
Because I don't want to even judge, like, other stuff publicly. Like, it's just not, it's not in a good taste.
You have these ultimates to play with. This is a sort of round where you can't really just run.
Interesting bonkold ult. I think he was already, like, acknowledging this ultimate before the Viper Pit was played by Pora. It's quite unfortunate, not gonna lie. It's quite unfortunate. Imagine if you would actually wait, like, 1 more second to see where the Viper Pit is being played.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. That's the more typical position for the Vipers.
Right?
To be put down from, but it's much deeper, so the orbital strike doesn't catch anybody. Pora able to play outside of it and then fight right back in. CNED basically on 1 HP. The push outside of Hookah did a little bit of damage.
What? How does bonkold get 3 kills here?
Back in. CNED.
He jumps out of Hookah and he's covered by the... Oh my god, look. Look, this is so neat. The first kill is possible because of Cloudburst. And this Cloudburst is played by the defenders. Izzy literally killed Turco right now. That's so funny. Look at this shit. This smoke here, right, from Turco, which is standing like in tube right now. He's standing in tube. He used this smoke and essentially killed Turco, who was standing here because Bonkold can jump out of hookah while not being like affected by anything, and he gets an angle here. So that's the first one. See? See this shit? Look. This is exactly why. Easy cuts off this corner, this angle here. Bonkold gets on site, gets one kill because of the isolated corner that Izzy helped him with. Easy gets one kill here because he's playing in a terrible position. So essentially, Easy grieves Turco because Easy chose a terrible position to play in. Because he's outside of the tube. I thought he's inside of the tube, but he's actually outside of the tube on the second default. Let's see how that goes further. Because now he gets the Achilles kill. Right? It's not even him, it's Ross. Bonkold gets a second kill on Pora because of this cloudburst. And he gets the third on Izzy, man. It's literally Easy allows Bonkold to get a 3k. Four-second smoke. That allows Bonkold to get 3 kills. Gets a 4th.
But Bonkold again shutting them down. Sure, CNET falls, but it's a 2-verse.
And gets an ace.
Bonkold aces the round, 12-6, and what an incredible round it was from this Brimstone.
It's funny because I wonder how many people actually realized what is the reason for Bonkold performing an ace in this round, right? I wonder how many people like realized, or if anyone explained why was this possible.
The worst thing is it started off with the ultimate getting absolutely nothing, and he took that personally.
Yeah, he really wasn't happy. Oh, you want a deep Viper's Pit? Yeah, sure. Where are you going to go now?
This is just ridiculous. He was surrounded by 3 players there, gets all 3 of them while spinning around on a dime, and then comes back through to ace it. What a round from Bonkold. We have spoken about him in this tournament so far, like having quieter performances, not quite being up to the standard we've seen from him, even as an in-game leader. That is the Bonkold we love to see.
And look at the energy.
See, and if I would be playing ranked, and I would have died because of a Jet player like this, I would have mauled so fucking hard, I would probably throw a Guralki at that guy. Right?
And the emotion on this team, the second that he aces that one out, he's got players coming over, Starzo's giving him fist bumps, everyone's excited. Sure, they're very close to winning this.
Can you analyze that missed fist bump? Wait.
Not 3 of them while spinning around on a dime, and then comes back through to ace it. What a round from Bonkold.
Well, there's a chance that this might be actually a down-low high 5, but Bonkold is preparing himself for a fist bump. Right? He is putting up the hand, the motion goes up. But Starkso is looking him straight into the eye. He doesn't see the hand. The hand has a huge tunnel vision right now from Starkso. Alright? Huge tunnel vision right now. He only sees the beautiful face of Bonkold after the ace. There's no way he sees this hand risen up. Right? So, let's see how this revolves. And instead, when he realizes that Bonkold wants to do the high 5, the fist bump, unfortunately, Starkso goes in for the hug. And it's very awkward because the hand is already next to Starkso's body, and now he's trying to awkwardly hug Bonkold, but instead he grabs the hand. Huge misplay. Huge misplay by The tunnel vision on him didn't allow to fist bump properly, And it's a big problem. It's a big problem.
Spoken about him in this tournament so far, like having quiet to
Wait, Super Cow? What the fuck? Bora, did you get your old account? No, wait, you did. Why are you on your old account back? Ask your editor to add this. Just make a clip, guys, and send it on our Discord, guys. Send it on our Discord for Twitch clips, please. If someone could do that, it would be absolutely amazing here. Yeah, I forgot, Super Cow. I thought for some reason that your account got hacked or something. So yeah. Wait, we were meant to check Scream. He actually prefers Vandal. Look at that. I was proven wrong. I was certain that Scream is actually playing more with the Phantom. Look at that shit. He actually plays more with the Vandal. In the past 20 matches, 45% of his buys are Vandal. But whenever I watch him, he has a Phantom in his hand. That is so weird. I could have, like, give my left nut for this. That is interesting. Icebox, Vandal, 66%. Oh, maybe it's because of the maps. Let's check it out. On Icebox, he picks Vandal, 66%. Phantom, only 4%. Let's check maps. Split, Vandal over Phantom. This makes no sense. On Split, you need to play Phantom, man. Ascent, Vandal over Phantom a lot. On Breeze, Vandal over Phantom. On Haven, he plays more Phantom. And on Bind, he plays more Vandal. So only on Haven, he actually plays Phantom. Maybe that's why I had this impression, because I watched like a lot of Team Liquid play Haven. That's because you see his replays mostly which is where he does better due to the Phantom. Could be. Could be that, you know? Could be that. Could be that, you know? I'm using Run It Back here, by the way, for the stats. I have like this premium account that has access to reports and shit. I was working with Run It Back on actually the aspect of what is needed in those reports. So I'm this kind of like service that is being done by Run It Back saves me man hours of doing this research alone from VODs reviews. Like, it's insanely valuable for me as a analyst, because it saves me time to do the boring shit, right? And focus on the more important shit. It's like literally like the comparison I made today with counter-strafing. It makes no sense to learn counter-strafe where you can learn something more important.
performances not quite being up to the standard we've seen from him, even as an in-game leader. That is the bone cold.
No, he had actually more frags with Vandal, not Swung.
Look at the energy and the emotion on this team. The second that he aces that one out, he's got players coming over. Starzo's
And a press for the quarters.
Everyone's excited.
100 Thieves, Sentinels, Vision Strikers, G2.
Brought them back into the game or anything, but it means so much to them. And they know
You better check your Twitter. Uh-oh. The Gural ki likar. Oh, thank you, Snowball. By the way. Wait, I'm gonna take this clip and put it on our Discord. Twitch clips. Actually, we will post it on Twitter. This might be actually a down low high five, but Bonkold is preparing himself for a fist bump. Right? He is putting up the hand. The motion goes up. But Starkso is looking him straight into the eye. He doesn't see the hand. The hand... Right. Analysis of a massive misplay. Right? Misplay with one S. Misplay by Ascend Club in yesterday's qualifier match from VCT. Let me play around with the clip a bit. Too late. But what do you want it to do? I can still delete it, I guess. I think it's broken. Anyway. Yeah, I didn't get posted even. Okay, you can do some edits, I guess. Because I didn't get posted. Yeah. For some reason, it didn't get posted at all. Alright. Let's go back to this. The full clip would be more like 70 seconds, but the clip is max 60. Oh, okay. So you can edit that, Kurosaki, then. The full clip, yeah, I already read that. But why they don't bind yesterday? I don't understand why they ban Icebox. Ascend? I didn't do analysis of that, so I have no answer right now.
For supermassive plays to bounce back coming into the next.
Oof. Oof, killies.
Gonna find himself a kill. A freebie opener, and with some of the weaponry a bit weaker.
But this is actually a... Oh no, it's not a half buy. This is actually a full buy.
Chance for him to open up.
Interesting.
Well, here he goes.
That almost looked like it was going to be a double damage done. Just 68 HP left on Brave. The nade comes dangerously close, and the spray down from him. He's trying to deal with the wall. Get it out of play.
This is why I like to play Odin in that position. You just spam the fucking Sage Wall and destroy it.
Grab himself the kill. 3 versus 3. No orbital strike to play with here. Izzy.
Do I have a permission? Do I have a permission to do a watch party? Unfortunately, no.
Manages to trade it back. Tough kill for him now. The Bonkold acing the previous, and he's going to come up with another massive clutch. This time around, it won't happen. That timer's pretty yeah, it's still comfortable enough.
I mean, still, honestly, I feel like me not having watch party is actually beneficial because I can do the in-depth VOD review. If I would be doing a watch party, I would have not done a in-depth VOD review, because what would I do it again? Like, why would I watch the match again? Like, it makes no sense. So I'd rather just not watch the match live, not do a watch party, and do this shit. This is more interesting, right, than doing a watch party. Is it? I mean, for me it is. I don't know about you guys.
100%. Now we come up to this 5 rounds in a row needed for Supermassive Blaze. And remember, this is the map choice of Ascend. What that means is Supermassive Blaze, as we said earlier, decided to start on the attack, and they got basically nothing done. And now, even despite the pistol not going their way, they are clocking up rounds. They are starting to look...
Kanka, Supercow, I'm not gonna lie. I do think that Ascend will gonna have a really hard time against 100 Thieves, because they don't play well. And 100 Thieves can take advantage of that. So I do think it's like 60-40 for 100 Thieves today. And then Sentinels should take it against Envy. G2 should win. And I think Vision Strikers against Gambit will win. Oh shit.
There's a breath of life back into their game. Izzy is a really nasty angle right now. I mean, I don't see any way that you even pre-fire this as they come around. And he can dash out of there for free. This is somewhere that Zeke needs to make a blast pack play through. If he just runs, he's dead.
I need to learn the keybinds. Wait. I want to see this.
This is somewhere that Zeke needs to make a blast pack play through. If he just runs, he's dead.
That's a lot of utility to kill one player because they missed something. Like, the reason why we see the Brimstone Molly being used here is because Killy's didn't hit his Molotov. But it's still worth it to use all of this util to make sure that Russ dies. But this could have been just done with one slow and one Molly from Killy's. This would have been enough, because then they hold him, he peaks while being debuffed, he has like half HP, and he gets killed by one bullet. Or save the Viper Molly and only use the Brimstone Molly with the slow, because that would have killed him without even shooting. Right? Can't wait to watch your breakdown of Gambit's amazing win on Monday. We'll see. It's gonna be interesting, for sure. Like, I just want to watch Vision Strikers because it's gonna have so much content. It's insane. I am new here. I saw you in Masters 2. Where are you in Masters 3? I wasn't hide, my man.
9 times out of 10. Oh, Russ might be as well. Great utility usage. Izzy, not good for the kill, and Zeke takes him down. That's another the B-side is theirs, and Ascend have a 5 versus
Yeah, good luck going through this, man. Good luck to go through this shit, man. That's just... You have to go through this ultimate get out from the second entrance on elbow, which is then being held by the Sage. Like... Yeah... Oh, and Pora just dies for the wall. He just dies for this wall spam. Look. He just dies for the wall spam here. In this spot. Starks just wall bangs the wall. And he just dies. Because of the DK. He had like... What was it? I feel like it was maybe 50 HP that he had. So it was like 2 bullets, 3 bullets through that wall. He had 43 or even less HP. 33 HP, right? 33 HP. That's like 2-3 bullets through the wall to kill him. If Russ doesn't move, he doesn't die. Is that possible? I don't think so. It was in the Brimstone Molly. No, the Brimstone Molly kills him.
He can dazzle right now. I mean, I don't see any way that you even pre-fire this.
Look, the entire Brimstone Molly covers this. He dies.
It's only left on to Brave, the youngster, to try and give them something in this round. It was a beautiful execute. But this is not the way that SMB wanted to fall out of this map. Very little chance for Ascend. He's going to have to try and run away. Ascend will
But
take it 13-7.
honestly, mollies like for pockets like this, they should be lineups. They shouldn't be reactive.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
So you don't miss it.
Absolutely not. If we have to say goodbye to a team from EMEA, let's make sure we see as much from them as physically possible. And Ascend, you can see just...
So I heard that the split is a big letdown from quality's perspective.
From
Baram 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 bam bam. SMB could win if they ban bind, but they want to play bind. It's a good question for them for a learning experience, right? We'll see. Bonkel said that they played split because they were confident they were better than SMB, and if they have to try split, it might be as well against SMB and not against a super strong team. Okay. Do you think that Ascend was a bit too overrated? I mean, they don't play the same way that we have seen Ascend play in the past.
it's at least a good farewell, I guess.
SMB throw this match last map 1v2 versus Killers Clutch. We'll see this is funny. I heard a lot of stuff about this map. Not a single Viper. Ascend with no Astra. 2 duelists. And SMB with no Jet. So I do feel like teams were playing no Jet on split because they thought it's shit. But they started now to backtrack because Jet is just broken. So I feel like you should actually not play Raze on this map and just play Jet as the only duelist. But that's my personal opinion. Alright?
They've played a lot before with even Astra coming in onto Zeke. So to see him back on his Raze after the performance in the last map is something that...
That's a little bit awkward that he actually let them... That's weird. I'm not sure why is he waiting for this. Because they're not peeking. If he would have walled earlier, he would have not give info that 2 players are in this area, right? And he would have saved himself from 30 damage. I feel like the thing that he wanted to achieve with walling the latest possible moment is because he was hoping that the Tiger will check Heaven B.
With even Astra coming in onto Zeke, so to see him back on his Raze after the performance in the last match.
Windy!
Wendy with the Prime, welcome back. Thank you much for the 5 months. How are you doing? How's your day going?
That he invested into didn't exactly do him a lot of favors. He gets tagged up on the crossover, and the Trailblazer doing damage as well. Ascend giving up control over what was
Zeke only 16 HP, and Starks used the heal on himself. So they have to play very slow to just have a chance of getting a heal to Zeke.
Completely given over to Supermassive Blaze. It has cost them a little bit of time, but they have plenty still to play with. Was that a spray that he's put down that got a few shots out of them? That's the... See, this is the stuff I love seeing, man. Like, they've down, they got a few... Plenty still to play. Completely given over to Supermassive Blaze. It has cost them a little bit of time, but they have plenty still to play.
He actually started shooting at a spray, man. Oh my god, dude.
That's the... See, this is the stuff...
That spray is that is actually 200 IQ. You should probably use Yoru spray for that, right? Because it actually has a head.
Man, like they put a spray down, they get in, guy shoots you.
Oh wait, no. They made it not possible to use that spray mid round, so you have to choose something else. You were able to use that Yoru spray before, but it was nerfed.
Like, oh, there's one in vents.
Given an opportunity, but he's going to have to fall out. Play retake with the rest of the squad. He's still got his paranoia available.
Oh, they got the heal on Zeke, by the way, right now. So they feel pretty comfortable. Seeing that is alone in vents. And I like that he waits. Like, he needs to wait for that Heaven B push before he actually gets mid control. I really like that.
Back into the site. The rest of the players are looking to try and challenge through the ice wall, breaking it with Russ on the other side. He's going to get...
Raz just goes in like a madman. I find this very surprising. There's no point in doing this. There's literally no point in doing this, but okay.
1-for-1 trade, but that control is worth it.
Tough retake in play. Izzy out there fighting alongside Turco. He gets dropped in the open. CNET is just hitting shot after shot, and Bone Cold is an absolute animal when it comes to these pistol rounds.
Okay.
Porit can't even get out of the smoke before CNET shuts him down, and that is going to be the round for Ascend.
Yeah, a solid retake as well. Reclaiming a lot of control, winning a lot of the battles.
And the reason why I think that peak from Russ is not good, because literally the roles swap, right? Remember, guys, whenever I say that, you know, going 1-1 trades is not good for the defenders, right? But post-plant, the defenders become attackers. So going 1-for-1 in this situation, it actually benefits the retake. Especially since they had no trades set up for Russ.
Isolated, no real opportunity for the remaining players to fall back either.
Can watch the stream on live at the day, expect during lunchtime, but I'm watching everything on replay at night. Really? That's commitment. Much appreciated, Wendy.
Now he's back to his classic jet. Starzo as well was actually on a raise in this previously, so this looks like something I would say that has actually...
Ooh, a force. A force coming from SMB. Okay, they can catch... they can catch Ascent of God, but CNET has a Phantom, my friends. Ooh, nice. No, actually not that great of a nade. He actually missed it. Look, he actually missed the nade. Imagine that he actually doesn't miss the nade and this damages Russ for at least 55 damage. But he missed it.
I don't want to make those excuses that, oh, well, they weren't trying or whatever, but the reality is, you know, there definitely wasn't the kind of pressure on them that they have right here, and the weight of this series, of this map indeed. Gonna get control again.
Oh, now they know it's a now they know it's a force. I don't like this. Look.
Yeah, we don't want to...
They have no info so far that SMB forced, right? There was no contact. There's no contact. They have no clue if they force or not. And this random spam by Easy here, when they don't commit to a full push, makes them aware. Zeke now knows they have a Spectre, so the entire team forced. Like, I think this is a big blunder when it comes to giving out informations. Because it changes the approach that the opposing team will now have to this play, to this game. You know? Who do you think is better on split? Killjoy or Cypher? Just preference? That depends on the team composition. And preference, of course.
Holding with the Spectre in hand, he'll tickle them up, but he's in a bit of trouble as they rush him down. The boombot falls below, and he is just trying to create a little bit of distance between him and the entirety of Supermassive.
I love watching the review, like to know more about the game. Need to get better though, still Iron 1. Don't worry about it. You'll get better eventually by playing the game. If you want to get better, you'll get better. Just, you know, focus on your aim mostly, because when you're low ranked, most of the improvements you can do by playing better aim-wise. And then game sense. But aim is the most important. Just focus on getting better mechanically, but let me just finish the sentence. You can learn the game sense, and like, especially when you're low rank, you can learn a lot of shit by just watching random streams when players explain their thought process. But your focus should be, if you want to, of course, improve yourself as a player, should be training your aim and getting better at shooting. And that basically, yeah, that's basically it. So you have a lot of room to grow, which is awesome, right? Because you can get way better at the game, which is very rewarding. But what the fuck is this position from Brave here? Look at Brave. Just look at Brave. Never mind, that wasn't Brave. That was never mind. All good. All good, never mind. I thought Brave is out in the open in the Astra form, but he's actually hidden, so that's fine.
Gonna go in for two, and in fact, he's just decided to continue fighting. Some would say this looked like an eco, but that was a full investment from Supermassive Blaze.
That was a force buy out of the attacker side, and Ascend have found it
Lol.
easily seen it.
600
ridiculous stats
So,
right now.
to min-max after this round...
To zero. And you know what? He was good for the ace.
By the way, Phantom.
It's okay. I've got now. Don't, guys, I'm ulted up. Yep, you get the kill.
Imagine him playing a Vandal.
Thanks, buddy. What a nice guy. Selfless, but also putting up figures. I don't think I've ever seen 600 ACS.
To min-max this round... Ah, they did it. Oh, I'm so happy they're min-maxing. Look. CNET gave the Phantom to Zeke. And he gets the Spectre from Zeke to himself, so he can play his knives. Oh, I like it. This is the min-maxing that I like.
There probably has been. We're just not really paying attention to the scoreboard this early in the game. Of course, if he keeps it up, then it will be a record, guaranteed.
PC.
Yeah, definitely. It's also funny that you see everybody on the team just going mental and seeing it like, yeah, cool. Like,
I got some kills.
if you not watch
How does team composition help decide between Killjoy and Cypher? You try to find synergies between characters.
Every time we get a 4K. Here he goes, diving down onto them, but CNED not going to get away with it this time.
Don't need to check him PC at all.
No, we certainly don't. Bone Cold's down as well, so this is a
Ay, 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 ay.
They've won up against the Force Spy in the previous, but now just pissed
Caramba.
getting the better of them. Stampeding down the
Good thing that that Spectre was in a safe spot.
Zeke is in trouble. And I don't even know if they go.
And this is all because CNET went fucking ego on them. CNET played smart round 1, CNET played stupid round 2, and if Ascend loses this round, it's because of CNET's overconfidence. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
For this, with a Phantom on Zeke, with a
Should I solo queue? What do you mean by that?
You might just want to save this over. Killer's try to get as much damage as he can because it's unlikely this round goes their way at this point.
Finding that kill from behind might just...
Alright, Shingen. You're getting banned. I'm done with you. You might be a like consistent viewer on the channel, but the amount of stupid comments that you do on the chat, and now by offering to coach for like to sell advices for a small price on DMs for Windy, I don't like that. So please, sorry bro, you're getting banned. That is crossing the fucking line. Especially since I know that you are not good at the fucking game, Shingen.
just change their mind, an opportunity to potentially pick them apart, but both will be dropped. A surprise victory for Supermassive Blaze gives them a huge boost onto the board. And now we look at things from the other side as well, because this started off, as you said, with a rifle, with a few bonus weapons here and there.
I don't care. Someone might be a sub, someone might be watching me every day for 8 hours per day and be a participant in the chat. But if you're not a quality person, you're not welcomed here. Especially since you already got a second chance on the chat. Fuck my life, this pisses me off. So yeah, they lose this round because of CNET's overconfidence.
As you said, with a rifle, with a few bonus weapons here and there. But how much cash do they still have in the bank?
I felt bad for Poor there. He was really lost. And then when CNED's up above him, but he still gets away with that kill, and it's a rarity. And he asked how much cash have they got left.
Just gained a follower from that, respect.
It's not bad. It could definitely be better, and in fact, they could invest more if they wanted to. Actually trying to...
Look, I never... Look, for me, it's never about the amount of viewers. It's always about the quality of the conversation that we have here. And if I would care about the amount of viewers, I would be just doing stupid shit for wider audience and be like a fucking, I don't know, like a typical attention-seeking streamer. So maybe I would be having like 2K viewers right now, but I would not have a normal conversation with you guys, which would be fucking boring. So yeah. I'm tired of my friends ego peeking and not listening to my calls when I try to IGL by playing support agent like Astra and Viper. So should I just solo queue Reyna? Yeah, it's up to you, man. I don't know your friends. But if your friends, if you just like playing with them, try playing with them. Just swap from playing an agent that is supportive and just actually play duelist instead of them, since they do the ego peaks. So just do yourself, initiate the attacks yourself. You know. On top 30 Radiant, any suggestion how to get some team to play scrims or something? I mean, you don't have a team, so you want to find a team. So I actually don't have a suggestion for that, because I'm not sitting like in this scene. I'm actually I don't really pay attention to like the community space when it comes to scrims. So I have, unfortunately, no advice for you here.
To keep up a little bit of extra moolah for the upcoming rounds. And realistically, on a Sand side, though, like, this is almost another bonus, the way that it's playing out.
What is the hardware that are most important to upgrade first? If your PC has 144 FPS in the game, monitor should be the first. Sorry, monitor should be the first investment.
CNED looking to battle and brawl. They've got themselves a shotgun invested into this round as well. Of course, the cash on Supermassive Blaze is not bad at all because they managed to steal away a lot of weapons.
If I knew, I would tell you, Nikolai, this, but unfortunately I don't. Like, the best thing to do, since, look, if you're top 30 Radiant, it should be pretty easy to get friends from top Radiant as well, because they should know you, right? They should play against you a lot. So maybe you can just find some people in ranked Radiant and just try to build a team with them. I would just suggest to be nice to other Radiants and just try to make friends.
Zeke, see, I hate that this is an angle that...
Upgrading from 60 Hz to 140 Hz is like buying a new PC. Literally like fucking buying new PC is the biggest upgrade you can ever do to yourself, if your PC, of course, does have already 144 FPS.
That he can realistically take, like, especially with the Phantom. Like, he is spraying, and it's still fine.
Now they've got CNED here to break the wall and almost get a kill out of a great flash up. Russ goes down, but they're returning. They know that Zeke is below, but it doesn't matter. Good for 3, knowing exactly
And such was weird.
as well. The nade is primed and ready. There's the swing from Kelez to close it out. Absolutely gorgeous recovery out of a Sand.
How can I get out of plat? I solo queued up to P2 and I'm kind of stagnating. What do I need to improve to get the diamond? You need to stop thinking about the rank and start thinking about why am I not winning games? If you find the reason of why are you not winning games, I can guarantee you it's not because of your teammates, okay? You can get better, but you need to realize first why are you losing games. So you need to have critical thinking towards yourself and not trying to find excuses. I'm not saying you're trying to find excuses. I'm just saying that this game has actually pretty good system to get people to their rank. It just has a gap at the highest level because Immortal is being a crapshoot with people who have insane aim and not really good game sense. But the lower ranks, you will actually get pretty fast to your actual rank.
With that gun in hand, so I think
why people say that human eye can only see 60 FPS? Because that's bullshit. That is being repeated by stupid people who don't know that your eye has around 3000 FPS.
Good. Right answer. 3-1. Ascend on the defensive side. Give up a lot of control yet again. This time there's actually an open avenue for the attackers to just go through vents, but obviously that's where Cypher comes into play. Being able to solo hold this entire side of the map. Essentially half of it.
Do I suggest to play Astra in solo queue? Yeah, the main reason why I don't play Astra in solo queue is because she's really not a good agent to play solo queue in. Yeah, those stashes are not the best from Zeke. He doesn't do the double taps. You guys remember how I explained how to satchel out as a race yesterday? Right? 2K6S9, thank you much for the gifted sub. It's your first gifted sub. Thank you much, my friend. Oh, wait, you got gifted, so you gift back. Marco ult, yeah, a little bit. Like, I think he actually tries to do the double taps, but he's just missing it. So he gets one tap instead of double taps, because he has great game sense here when it comes to this peak, to isolate an angle, get this kill, and if he presses the button second time here, right? If he presses the button second time in this moment, he gets away. He gets away, like instantly. And he gets even more away here if he presses it at well double time. But he never presses it second time, so this satchel is like always awkward.
on his way. Now they're coming right up towards B with the showstopper.
AC keep... Wait, AC keep C... Oh! AC keep cool. Thank you much for the 5 gifted subs. This is very generous from you, my friend. Thank you much for the 5 gifted subs. Maybe he's satchel to do damage? No. Because the satchel will only deal damage when it get armed. So it has to go to the place, get stuck, and it activates after 750 milliseconds. So you don't really do the satchels for damage anymore. This showstopper is just unlucky. This is not bad decision making or anything. He was just a bit of... He was just unlucky, you know? The showstopper itself is a great decision here. Holy shit, Sharky Chick with 10 gifted. So we have Asinine with the gifted. AC keep cool. AC keeps PC cool, I guess, or something like that. Thank you much for the 5 gifted, and then Sharky Chick with 10 gifted. You guys are fucking generous, broskis. It's insane.
Revealing area. Found them.
That is absolutely insane.
Right up towards B, but the showstopper's online.
And did he actually...
revealing area.
Did he actually just swing too much a little bit?
Take flight.
Wait, oh my god, dude. Wait.
His way. Now they're coming right.
Let's see where is he aiming.
Shock dirt.
What should I give preference? Oh wait, I'll read that in a moment.
Take flight.
Because I think he was actually aiming correctly till the last moment.
Take flight. Shock dirt.
Oh, look at the crosser. Holy shit. Look at the crosser. The crosses and the edge of the box. Look. It's literally at the edge of the box. It's literally here. At the edge of the box, bro. Holy crap. Give Guralki? Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Let's talk later. Oh my god, that is really unlucky. This is like really unlucky for Zeke, man. That is really unlucky.
I swear I saw Pora die in my
That Guralki emote combo is like fucking hilarious, bro. What the hell? What should I give preference to flicks or hitting in front of me because I changed my sense? And then... I'm sorry, that I don't understand. Ambivertebrate. Emios with a tier 1 sub.
Yo, Emios! Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the channel. If you could introduce yourself, that would be absolutely amazing, my friends. Thank you very much for the support, broski. Where are you from?
A lot of does a meetup. We get a big pack of Guralki. Okay. If I do a meetup, I'm bringing Guralki with me. Maybe I'll be like permanently sponsored by Guralki. Who knows? Does Raze get damage from her own showstopper? Yes, my friend. And the teammates as well. It's just 1/3 of the damage. Friendly fire in Valorant deals 1/3 of the damage, okay? Remember, this is a rule. It doesn't depend on the utility. It's always 1/3 of the damage. Basically, should I focus my sense for maintaining smooth shots in front of me or be ready for jet dash flicks? Always be ready for just normal swing. That's your first and most important aspect of holding an angle.
Talked about him as the clutch player. What was that out of bone cold? Why was he shrouded stepping up to this as the clutch player? Round though in the end for Ascend, surely Turco has to clutch.
What is Bonkel doing here? What the fuck am I witnessing? He wants to, like, 200 IQ outplay his opponent for no reason at all. Let me see this shit. Let me see this shit. Alright? Wait. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. What the fuck did I just witness? Zeke kills himself. Cnet gets a kill. It's a 2 versus 3. They don't attack on B.
I swear, I saw Pora die in my eyes.
Bonkold is not known. He's just standing here being completely unknown. Okay? From CT USA, love your VOD reviews, brother. Thank you, Imios. Wait, CT? What's CT? Kentucky? Is it Kentucky? Connecticut. Okay. Maybe counter-terrorists also fits. Oh my god, that was pretty dirty. Sorry for doing you guys like that. Anyway.
Sub-Rosa made it here after all.
Oh wow, okay, all right, and he's not awake yet. It's okay.
Okay, so now he's being known, but he has help in form of Cnet. Okay, now he knows Cnet doesn't have the angle.
This is gonna be a clean round.
Turco gets a kill on Cnet. Bonkold is fucked. But he repositions in and goes immediately 40. What? Okay, so this could have worked, but it is unnecessary risk. This is just unnecessary risk because the thing is, look at the minimap. Turco sees him teleporting and hears him, right? From here. Where does he teleport? From this spot. He can only do it here, 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 here. Right? Here. Or here. And of course, underneath where he died. So this TP actually sells a lot of his positions because he is never safe in any of those. There's literally not a good position here to TP because you're always out in the open. So in general, I feel like he was just trying to do the motions because he was uneasy, but he made a misplay because of that, because this shrouded step is not a good choice, you know? But that's it. I don't really perceive this as a massive misplay because he had really not a lot of time to like react. But when you think about the bigger picture, if you are an Omen player and would like to learn from this situation, you can learn that doing a shrouded step right here doesn't really give you an advantage because the opponents always will have you out in the open. Yeah, my daughter still has a fever, unfortunately. Regarding friendly fire, you think there should be a friendly fire in like CS? Oh, no. The utility friendly fire is good enough. Friendly fire from guns would have made this game unplayable in ranked. I can guarantee you the game would have been absolutely unplayable in ranked.
That Rez is online, but he can't get over to them to bring anyone back to life. He'll have to handle this one all by himself, but Killaz has given away his position, and Turco gets away with all three. A ridiculous Red Bull clutch. Superman,
yeah, there's no way.
Right back on the board.
There's no right for Turco to win this.
They're going to be kicking themselves.
There's absolutely no way that he should have won this. And now Ascend is on low buy because of that.
Who then clutched the round out? Like, It's a small thing, and it's an easy mistake to make. He was low HP, he was healing up, he wanted to just get that one out. Moment of panic. These mistakes do happen, where the texture's so close to him. But the ripples are definitely felt.
That's a nice wordplay on the ripples, like water ripples, you know, like it's like a butterfly effect.
Running on a map like Split, you can have all manner of close-range weapons, including a shorty that Zeke is currently using.
Especially considering that, again, there's a few ults not far away from the side of Ascend. A couple of kills here could make a fairly big difference. I will say with Turco having the res, I feel fairly confident in them here. It's like just
Maybe a special event like Spy Crush or Friendly Fireworks? Nah, man, that's pretty. It was pretty fucking toxic. We already have a toxic community in ranked. It's interesting that they actually committed to Russ use his utility here on against Eco. It's pretty fucking interesting. Zeke hits. Wait, what? How the fuck does Zeke get that? Interesting. They got 2 ultimates out of this round. This is a huge win for Ascend.
For Izzy, I think he just wants to get a kill.
I don't know.
Like, this is going to be Showstopper online.
This is
this frag. There it is. Showstopper's on.
This is pretty fucking weird. Not gonna lie.
No, he's stealing that one away, but fair.
They got 2 ultimates out of SMB this round.
Out of it isn't great, but the fact that it was obviously the res that brought another one back online certainly helps Ascend out in shaking that one off a little bit.
Yeah, it's still like, yeah, when you're on Ascend side in this scenario, you're going, okay, they've implemented a couple of ults here to win themselves down, so I don't think it's
most definitely. Defensive side operator on CNET, I do not want to mess with that. And that's why I like Supermassive Blaze putting down this Astra Star right away inside of B main. That sort of stops him from going for the aggression that I think he was going to go for. He was going to run into B main and try to take a pick, but I say it stops.
And it's pretty hot in here to get this out.
He's going to go for it eventually with 20 seconds into the round, starts to really step forward and gain a more aggressive angle. And that allows them, again, with the Cypher setup we already spoke about towards the A side, it allows them to have this much more mid-focused towards the start of the round, denying that control. And what's really interesting is Ascend instantly make the read of, okay, we've put up enough resistance, we've pushed these guys back, now let's give up mid, because, I mean, you don't want to be holding that while they push a site, and they've rotated around to reinforce the wings. This is really smart play on the defensive side.
Bone Cold taking that position. You've got the cam to spot them as they walk through with the cages to try and slow them down as much as humanly possible. Are they going to be able to do anything? No, Poor, in fact, winning the duel, and Izzy using the showstopper to make sure the site is...
What was the score on this map?
To trade here and there, but ultimately, it's a solid...
Has to be high.
I have to say, that was terrifying. They doubled up all.
Who do you think will win, Gambit or Vision Strikers? I do think Vision Strikers should win. My man's working harder in VOD reviews than he would be if he has an analyst in Berlin? Nah. I do work even harder, like when I actually have a job as an analyst on an event. Like this is not much. This is not much.
And although he'll get the first, they are too quick trading it out. Ascend back on the board.
It just takes way longer because I do it during the broadcast. If I would be doing a VOD review like this for myself, it would take 1/3 of the time. Because I don't have to explain this to anyone, right? I just do it for myself. I make a note, like a 1 sentence or 2 sentences, go next. So literally doing a review of a match would take me 1/3 or even 1/4 of the time.
Where's mine? I've seen so many people wearing these. I want one.
Nat's just got his. I saw the tweet go out. You know, we gotta
I think they have to fix operator because it's too heavy when you try to back after peak. Do you understand me? Yes, I do understand you, my friend, but you can't right now because of Jet. And also because of auto utilities in the games. So I don't think it's possible.
Supermassive Blaze again wanted to fight for that control. They wanted to pressure in, but they are...
Does Astro Wall hold abilities too or just shots? Just shots.
This is where they're kind of testing things out.
I'm having way too much fun with these emote combos. Yeah, this one with the cat is also pretty good.
Of the situations they were in. As they move towards the B side, though, they're going to find out pretty quickly.
Look, guys, I'm gonna finish this VOD review anyway, and then I'm gonna do golf with subs. But if you guys are not aware, the match between Gambit and Vision Strikers already started. So, you know, if you want to watch it live, that's the moment.
read.
I'm gonna be VOD reviewing it on Monday.
Oh, that one-way timing was so perfect. The problem is the weaponry that's currently there for Bone Cold is not really going to be ideal. Now, he's got his paranoia prepped. Starzo
Hello, favorite.
at the back of the site, and they can just continue to delay as much as humanly possible. In fact, it's actually going to force Supermassive Blaze.
This watch this is great, man.
And taken down. Instead, they're going to try to split up through mid, where CNET is holding the blast pack. Actually, out of the way, CNET re-peeks and gets dropped by Izzy. Bone
Oh,
Cold,
God,
they'll
dude.
eliminate Pora, but now they're trapped both behind the site. Starzo gone undetected for a moment, but he's in the nade. He's gone. He's dead. Out of the round, but it's kept even. 2 versus 2. The spike needs to be planted. It's been retrieved, and it's on its way to site, but the time doesn't even matter because Russ mows them down and puts it up there for Supermassive Blaze.
They watch this, and the Guralki and animated emote combo of my face are the best right now. Those two are the fucking best.
I think the entries as well. Like this from Izzy was everything. If CNET even gets a kill, slows them down a little bit, it could have all gone wrong, and then you just have Russ not missing a single beat on those last couple of kills. A big round for Supermassive Blaze, and we have to now start to talk about the fact that
The animated donkey jet dash is not good with the hands, but the watch this with both hands down is absolutely amazing, man.
No doubt about it. Supermassive Blaze on the attack side again, where they've wanted to start every single time. They feel comfortable setting the pace, and you can see exactly why. Their read here on Split so far has been perfect. And it's rare that I find so little issue with things that teams are doing, but I have absolutely loved seeing those thought processes unfold, and you can see the logic is there every step of the way. They're gathering the information, and in this round, that's going to be very important, because as we've talked about before, you don't want to run blindly into pistols. And even though Izzy held that angle, that was a great place.
It's like the same duel that they had previous round, but this time CNET wins. But this round is not as valuable as the previous one because CNET is playing on an eco.
So they're going to get the information. This is where they can actually just set CNET up to try and find an opener or two.
Rifle.
Not going to spot anything, and as you said, yeah, a weapon picked up to give them something into this round. The slow is even going to delay them that little bit further. The time is getting low, Mitch, and there's now 4 players on B.
No paranoia for Bone Cold this time around, so it's going to be a little tougher to hold on.
And they know about the second player as well. This is the second time SMB is using the Sky ult on an eco, man.
Then it's CNET's Blade Storm from up above that shuts Russ down, and with 10 seconds left, they might even be thinking about a save.
So, if you would like to know why SMB loses this round, is because Izzy overpeaks. Izzy just overpeaks his welcome. He gets killed with no trade. Gives out a gun to Starkso. Starkso gets another kill with that gifted Vandal. Look. Izzy just stays here for no reason at all.
Like, this was just so quick. Izzy missing a single bullet, and that's all it takes. One opportunity, and then they have these little bait and switch plays with elevated angles. That was perfect from Ascend, and all it took was
See ya, Cherry. Thank you very much for subbing.
It's the complete reverse. And unfortunately for Supermassive Blaze, they don't have anything like that. They don't have a Blade Storm available. They're not far away from a showstopper, but they will basically have to hit some ridiculous share of shots if they're going to have themselves a chance.
Oh.
Yeah, it's much harder to make work on the attacking side, I'll tell you that. When you're on the
that's an eco.
as we said, all these nasty little angles, just look at how they approached the previous round. And the difference between Ascend's position when they had pistols and Supermassive
Oi, Boncold was tunnel visioning a lot.
You are going to have to peek into an angle where that rifle is far, far away from you. Whereas on the attack, you don't have that luxury when you're versus a low buy. Poor old Russ. He got 1 kill onto Bone Cold, but now it's stalled out. And this is just going to be a waiting game. And I'll say this, Russ has got some serious patience.
Yeah, he's been on
Oh shit, someone was calling me 27 minutes ago. Fuck. Give me a second.
Any cost they can create. Bear in mind that there were a couple of free weapons given over in the last round as well, and his ultimate is also one of the cheapest to farm up, but they had the cross held. Not going to be anything here. Ascend, after what was looking like, as I said, a fairly shaky half, an opportunity for Supermassive Blaze to basically win it out over the last couple of rounds, has now slipped to a point where Ascend are not in a bad position, but I will say that I almost feel like they need at least 7, maybe even 8 rounds if they're going to do it on the attack, because I think a lot of teams, especially ones that don't play this map, normally struggle on that side.
And often, you know, we will look at that pistol round and say, you know, they got that. When it comes to buy rounds, it's been a fairly even game, fairly neck and neck, and especially considering Supermassive Blaze forced round 2 and then managed to win with pistols in their hand. It was a bizarre situation for sure. And the Sander definitely not going to be happy ending it at 6. They need to push up a little bit further moving into the next half. CNED, the jet confidence that this man has to just keep getting in their face. They'll pop the res, but that's so worthwhile for CNED. Now they have the information as well, the camera spotting them up above, and there's still a heavy stack on this site. They know that Izzy is coming up close, but even despite that, he manages to get a double. The old pop just to buy the space. To make sure
No one actually is picking up the phone.
See, neural theft giving things away. An opening needed. While Zeke is already going to pick one off, this gives them the chance to potentially get the res, and now he's going to throw out his showstopper, force them back at least for the moment, try and bait someone in, but won't find anything from it. No one yet to be brought back as well, with both players dying within the site. The nade again, going to clear some of those closer angles. Turco holding, Izzy with another, and the Boombot takes one down. It's left all onto CNED, and he's not that quick.
Another round where I feel like Supermassive Blaze played that so
Do you not watch matches live so that you can just analyze in your first go? Yes, my friend.
And what that does for them in not pursuing CNED and not pursuing any sort of more aggressive.
Watch this. Unbelievable.
There's just no way Bunkhold could have reacted to that. I mean, you think your teammate has.
He then goes all the way back round and comes behind them. This was Izzy's round.
Oh, it definitely was. And you know, one of the things I want to point out is the fact that, you know, sure, the res was online and has been many times. Once again, we are seeing Supermassive Blaze being so proactive in controlling the bodies of their opponents that Starzo.
No worries, Inflict. No worries, man.
It's been online practically the whole game yet again, and there's just never a chance to bring someone back to life.
We're going to see the Boombots passing the wind. Info for Bunkhold, but the spam through gives his position away. Starzo will be there, but again, unfortunately, his teammates slide on.
But again, this is one of those games where you don't have much to analyze, man. Like, there's no complicated executes.
Cross-held. Now, I've seen Zeke do this already. It didn't work. So I'm curious if this is something that he's...
It's just a little bit boring, not gonna lie.
Maybe in another way.
CNED down right away, and this is the ideal scenario for Supermassive Blaze. What that means is they can now focus on B, where they know that Starzo is. So if they went A, that res could be found in mid. Instead, Starzo's gonna.
Will you be watching Final live?
Give up site control and allow the
What do you mean? On stream? I don't have the permission to do watch parties, my friend.
Gives them guaranteed site control, and that's ultimately what they're after. At this point, a retake for Ascend, it's essential that they get this online.
Well, of course, again, it will be the last round of the half, whereas Rez is going to be coming through. Opportunity, at least, for them to bring something back. They catch the wraparound this time as well. And again, we're going to see that Cosmic Divide. The jump through from Zeke looks to clear the...
Nice movement from Zeke.
A second player to beat.
Yeah, he doesn't think about the second player.
Supermassive Blaze bring it back to a 6-6 scoreline, and it is anyone's game going into the second half.
This really has just been beautiful Valorant from both teams. I feel like Ascend on that defensive side have been read a couple of times. Supermassive Blaze avoiding a whole lot of danger zones. It's got a smile on my face the whole way through, but you know what? As much as I would love to dive into the next half right away, players need a little bit of a break.
Hello, Samosk.
Let's throw things over to the desk and see what they've got to say.
Going through a breakup? It always gets better, man. Don't worry about it. It always gets better.
Thank you very much, Mitch.
I'm going to go through and that's...
That is their preferred side to start on from what we're seeing. They love to...
I'm
not sure if that's the case on Split, though. It's the only thing, because, I mean, Split's a really tough map to play the attack on if your opponents do start to lock you out. But considering the reads that they had and the adaptations, the limit testing that they played up against Ascend so far, I don't know, man. This is maybe one of the better attack teams we have in EMEA.
I'll have to see how it'll all unfold. Brave already within the cage. This could
Oh, wow.
nasty surprise. He's gonna
That is a very well played by Brave.
He's gonna be able to
And
escape.
it all happens because, look, Achilles makes noise. That's a huge blunder, by the way. There are two ways of doing this, right? So, when they go through here, they both go quietly, right? They both press shift and go quietly, right? Or they both go loud. Or if one goes loud, the second one stays in this position. So Achilles kills CNET in this case. Like literally Achilles kills CNET because of this. It's very interesting. Look, CNET goes quietly while Achilles starts running. And because of that, CNET dies. So CNET should have never been quiet in here. Right? Because he should just go together with Achilles. Or he should have just stayed on the on this previous position. And just wait for this. But he shouldn't have stayed. So he should have just go fast with Achilles. The fact that we can't watch Nats playing Viper live right now and comment on it is together is breaking my heart. It's okay. We're gonna do a VOD review. It's okay. I cannot wait till we actually get demos, so I don't have to watch like Twitch to do analysis. Imagine I can like check every single piece of utility. I can check every single angle. I can literally do anything in game instead of watching a broadcast.
Couple of players tagged up here. Things start to get a bit scary. I don't want to see Starzo fighting this on 20 HP, but now he's flashed up. Hasn't really got a choice. Kill as though providing the support from afar, and Pora's low. This is starting to get a little bit more competitive than I thought it was going to be. Brave again on the flank play though, comes up from behind and gets an easy triple. I mean, I see why they call this guy Brave though. To get a little bit more competitive than I thought it was going to. And Pora's low. This is starting to get a little bit more
Triple, it's a double kill. Okay.
I mean, it was the
They're not forcing, so not an important round. Full buy round. 3 Phantoms, 2 Vandals. CNET checks the left corner with this side dash, which is pretty good. But SMB is winning those, man. What the hell?
They've got the wall to at least give them a little bit of space around the site. Though it's a headshot angle for Izzy, and it's not something you want to give over to this man. We're going to see the TP to the back of site.
Why did he TP backside with the fucking spike? This makes no sense. If he wanted to plant, then he should have never TP backside. If he doesn't want to plant, then they needed to have double peaks and not singular peaks. I really don't like this. And now it's too late. Now he cannot plant. That was probably a misclick. Right? That was probably a misclick. That he used his gravity well instead of the stun. Sorry, the stun. He had his gravity well on cooldown. Oh, dude, if he had his gravity well, Bone Cold would have died. But it's on a 5-second cooldown. Wait. He has it. He does have it. Oh, that's a huge misplay. That is a huge misplay. The fact that he does stun on plant and gravity well on backside, that makes no sense here. He literally gets a kill on this guy if he goes for a gravity well here. So I really don't like this. Actually, he didn't use his gravity well at all. He used the smoke on the backside. Awkward. Do you think Nats actually plays the best Viper this tournament? So far, yes.
there's still somebody within the smoke.
That's a great backside smoke. Starzo eliminates Brave. Izzy has to make the play happen, and he won't get anything done. They line up. I was a little bit scared, but it was a firing squad. One on their knees, one standing up, and an easy kill. 8-7. Ascend bounce right back in that one, but again, that was a bonus round. That was weaker weapons in play. I'm not that concerned when it comes to defensive side split bonuses. You can still lose a lot of weapons to that purely because, as we saw from Pora, Spectre can sometimes be just as valuable.
This could have been won by SMB if they only do the gravity well instead of the stun, man. Such a small mistake, but such an impactful mistake.
The guys from Ascend are able to recover in that scenario because it definitely looked a little bit dangerous, but Starzo stepping up always makes things a little bit more exciting in the match. For now, though, again, we have some weaknesses on either side. Izzy, in fact, going to be left with no shields and a
I think Vision Strikers will win.
Blast packing his way through. Brave doesn't even know he's here. Russ still finding the trade, but Zeke again with a double opener. These fast-paced attacks onto the B site are catching Supermassive Blaze off guard. And
it's really good movement by Zeke so far in this game.
Because it's so difficult to actually create that kind of space on a map like Split, which is so centered around choke points. Zeke's been spotted down below. The nades traded back and forth, but that buys time for the attackers, and the clock is definitely in their favor. Zeke.
Oh, he has no more utility. He's stuck. Yeah. This is a big problem. Oh my god, Starkso does this angle. Jesus. Imagine he gets two.
Right after good trades by Ascend, they keep it over in their favor. 8-8 we go, tying things up after a pistol loss. Supermassive Blaze been caught up on.
How many subs want to play, by the way, golf with subs at 2 p.m.? So in 45 minutes, 35 minutes. I rage quit Valorant a week ago, but I installed it again last night. I can't escape this.
They managed to find a kill or two to try and give them some extra piece of information. Again, though, I just think that firstly,
yeah, I know Lazy want to play. I just wonder how many other people would like to play.
Much space in these entries that a lot of the time it seems to be a lot of confusion for whoever's trying to defend B, especially.
Revealing area.
Danko!
Found them.
Danko, thank you much for the 6 months. How you doing? Thank you much for the ongoing support. Welcome, welcome back.
Wait, bear back. I need to go for a second to the big room. One moment. I need to make that missed call again. One moment. Someone was calling me twice. I have to call him back again.
Excited about when it comes to Ascend, like the way that they play off of each other, even with players coming from so many different countries, different languages, communication. We always question if that was going to be an issue, and then you see the last couple of rounds, the sort of crouch peek alongside the other player peeking, perfectly lined up, and then the initial. And then CNED's peak in the last round. It is so perfectly timed from Ascend that the player who is in that clutch scenario for SMB has absolutely no chance.
Yeah, that's the fun part about this series. You know, sometimes you have ones that go the distance.
All right.
Sloppy.
No one is picking up.
Mistakes made on both sides, and this really does not feel like we've had a sloppy round since map 1, where Ascend were definitely not activated. Pora, a little bit of trouble there. It's tagged up massively, and that would be huge control lost if he goes down, but it wouldn't matter because it's a full push into the A site. Stack up all around though. Supermassive Blaze have practically their full team. Only a couple of kills, a handful to go their way. Izzy has no chance.
Yeah, there's so much mobility. You can't really hold that with a Sheriff. There's no way you can hold this with a Sheriff.
I do find that I'm loving just watching Zeke just blast pack around the map, and he's been incredibly good so far. 17 and 12, 18 and 10 for Cena. These are the two players that we expect to see performing for this squad. And on 9-8, this is where we have to see a comeback.
I have to say, I actually prefer Raze on this map to Jet when it comes to space making. Like,
Yep.
It's just so much more versatile in terms of the angles you can go for and the maneuverability that you have. Sure, don't get me wrong, Jet's still going to be incredibly useful for that, and we see it on the attack plenty of times. In fact, I imagine we're going to see it out of CNET, as he won't really pick up an operator here on the attack. But it's always fun to watch someone like Zeke, you know, pulling out their inner flights, their inner bunny play. They just get up in their faces.
Well, yeah, I feel like it's one of those agents, especially on Split, that from day one, it was an incredibly strong agent, and it is still now. Like, it hasn't changed. On other maps, it's arguable. Like, maybe you throw you can
a comment that we made kind of trouble. This one go again. RR that one. CNET though.
So full buy for both teams. CNET is saving cash with his knives. So if you would like to min-max this, I honestly think you should never play Frenzy if you have knives. And the reason is because the equip time on the Frenzy is 1 second, while if you, an example, play Ghost or Classic, right? Ghost and Classic have 750 milliseconds. So it's literally a reaction time, because the average reaction time for a human being is like 220 milliseconds. But when it comes to gamers and pro players, it's like below 170 milliseconds, right? So the difference between the equip time of 1 second and 750 is above a reaction time. So if you right click with your knives and you miss, it actually gives you a fighting chance if you have a 750 millisecond equip time and not 1 second. Small thing, but can make a difference.
To buy a rifle. Yeah, operator for Izzy. It's going to be a fast take, giving them that extra elevation, and this double duo on the entry. He's not going to kill off Brave. The trade, though, again, it's just perfect. Zeke finding a double kill. The remaining players having to try and rotate in, and at this stage, they're going to try and use those Seekers to at least find themselves something here, because they need a way back into this round.
They absolutely do, and they
That's just laziness from Ascent. Look, that's just laziness from Ascent. They have 4 rifles, right? And greediness as well, I would say. CNET goes to elbow and swaps to an operator. Look, he picks up an operator and he doesn't guard elbow because of that. So he goes on site and the entire elbow is free, and he doesn't have a gun to destroy the ultimate from Sky. Oh, sorry, I have that call now. So yeah, this is a big blunder by Boncold not being ready, CNET having an operator that is not here like necessary to play, and because of that they actually lose this round. This is a big problem, man.
It's all up to Killaz. He has to swing in and find a double kill. The first goes his way. He knows they're not defusing, and now, being pushed.
And what the fuck? What am I witnessing, man?
And now it's all up to Killaz. He has to swing in and find a double kill. The first goes his way. He knows they're not defusing, and now, being pushed on. First goes.
There's no way in hell that this is a right play by SMB. the only right play by SMB here is to hold defuse at least the half. I just went to Żabka to buy góralki. What are you doing to me, Lothar? Oh, that is so nice. Oh, that is so nice. I'm gonna make a photo of that. Thank you for buying góralki. This is how you know it's a good sponsorship, right? But yeah, this is the moment where SMB just needs to hold the defuse and just not swing like this. Like Pora here, this is unnecessary, completely unnecessary. Nightshade, thank you much for the 80 bits, my friend. Yeah, Super Cow. This was a throw by SMB, man. Not defusing. Like, you need to get a half. If you don't get a half on that defuse, you are fucked anyway. And also, in a 1v2 situation, right? The player needs to peek. In a 1v2 situation, Killis is forced to peek because one player can hold the spike. So why would you peek as Pora? It makes no sense.
I think it's also just like Russ. The retake was so good from him. 3 kills, catching.
I feel left out as an Australian because I don't know góralki, but I want to try one. Google if you don't have a Polish shop in Australia, in your town. If you're like living in a big town like Sydney, an example, I feel like you might have a Polish shop, you know?
Man just ruins his day. And these are the moments that can decide the match. 10 to 8. Again, we're going to have a weaker purchase. Russ, the amount of credits he's been earning from finding all of those kills actually gives him the chance to have a hero rifle. Other than that,
big town, you mean city?
Right now,
wow. Thanks.
2 ultimates very close to hand.
I doubt that we'll see Turco. Even if he gets it online, it's a kind of tough position to try and use it in. But the Showstopper, on the other hand, much more viable. They're not going to play for early ult orb control onto either of those players, though. Instead, it's going to be the
yeah, Polish delis, they can have those.
This is where Izzy gets close. If he finds a kill,
also, remember, this is actually, when I think about it, this might not be the case because primarily góralki are Czech. So,
quickly, the Showstopper now online. He doesn't know if there's
maybe they're not, maybe in like other countries they might not be there, you know?
Hold on to this for a little bit later on. Now that they've spotted out a player up close and he knows there's one in heaven, the Showstopper comes through and there's only 2 players left on Ascend. This was another round where Supermassive Blaze came in with pistols, and it could be another that Ascend lose to a Thrifty. Surely not. Bone Cold up in heaven shuts down Poor, and now it's just the 2 up close. And look, the position of Turco was spotted, but they had no idea about Russ up close. He actually went for it in the about Russ up close.
What is happening here, man? Wait. I need to rewatch this. How do... What is happening here, man? What is happening? What is happening here, man?
Gonna hold on to this for a little bit later on. Now that they've spotted out a player up close, and he knows
Izzy gets a kill. It's a 2v4.
the Showstopper comes through, and there's only 2
This is a low buy for SMB.
players left on Ascend. This was another round where Supermassive Blaze
Okay. 2 versus 3.
with pistols, and it could be another that Ascend
Bonkold is alone on ramp.
to a Thrifty.
Zeke needs his help.
Surely not. Bone Cold.
Bonkold now gets the kill. Zeke doesn't need to peek. Like, this is the moment where Zeke doesn't need to do anything. He just needs to hold. He just needs to hold. Paranoia is being used. Bonkold now peeks. Zeke goes... This is all correct. Bonkold uses the paranoia. Now Zeke goes in with this satchel. This satchel is fucked. Bonkold... gets Russ after Zeke is killed. So that's the trade. But Zeke gets the info to Boncold where Sage is.
I have no idea about Russell Costa.
Like, this ultimate, the only way you can do it, you can throw it harder is by standing here. Or here. That's the only way you can throw it harder. But if you do it from here, or if you do it from here, you're fine. No time? That's a good point. He has 6 seconds. Wait, do we see his POV? Let me see if he wanted to do a bunny hop around the corner. No. He has time. What are we talking about? There's 30 seconds. He has time. It was 6 seconds because it was already over. He has time. He has time. It's 30 seconds, man. There's literally no reason to do this. Look. He starts doing it when he's not in safe position. Jesus. Yeah, this is a huge blunder.
He actually went for it in the open. Why would he do that? 9 rounds on the board for Supermassive Blaze, an absolute travesty. Ascend, we're about to set up a 1v1 with that TP play, but Bone Cold took a little too long shopping for a destination. Oh, that has made me feel things I didn't know possible. Look at the timing on this.
I can't believe that's just happened. I can't believe that's just
My
happened.
God, what a round, man.
That is a mistake again. That could be haunting for Ascend. It'll be one that we may watch back for, well, weeks, months, make it years.
I'll tell you what, Bone Cold's going to be messaging some mods. Can you delete the mod, please? Turn clips off. Turn clips off. Yeah. You're going to be killing yourself. Honestly,
Oh my God.
Pause hasn't been called right now is insane to me. Like, after
finished,
that
it'll be
kind of
fine.
a mistake, not stepping one step to the right, and you just go straight back in. Maybe that's a sign of the mental fortitude in play for Ascend. But Bone Cold has been taken down right away, and not in normal fashion. He's spread out. He's trying to fight the wings.
He was
by himself.
misclick cursor above map.
I'll be honest, I see that.
That doesn't matter. It was all about just getting around the corner.
See what they can get done here. Seeker's already back online from Russ.
Yes, you can avoid breach flashes
Information here.
by turning away.
Blaze know that this is such an important round for them. They can't afford to let this one slip away. And again, there is a res currently available if the opportunity is there for either side. Is he not going to connect this shot? And actually, we're going to see the blast pack through. That could be
Budget
a huge
bunny.
upgrade, but Zeke is actually just going to sit in the corner. An afterplant already guaranteed. Rifles being picked up as well. There is a chance that Ascend just break this straight back.
They may well do. Said it was potentially a mistake, but it looks like they're really recovering on this one. Pora can't get anything done. CNED supporting from afar, and Zeke tickling him up. Turco. Russ, the last two.
It's
players
2v4.
left for
There's no way they throw this, right?
Find an opportunity, trying to catch a window, an opening to get in here, and the shots are not connecting. Time is too low. At this point, I'm walking right into a judge is never the way to go. This is the round done. The question is, does Russ get out with the rifle?
I like how people play the judge correctly. Zeke knows how to take advantage of his utility. Sorry, not utility. Zeke knows how to take advantage of the weapon he has. If he would have a classic, he would probably do the same. Because you essentially make holding an angle for your opponent tougher. Because you can be more mobile. Because it doesn't matter when your crosshair gets bigger with a judge. It's all about just getting some damage and denying the possibility of your opponent headshotting you instantly. So this is very smart movement type of play that you do in typically in other games than tactical FPS. Like this is This is movement that you do in Quake. This is movement that you do in Fortnite. This is movement that you do in I don't know, Apex, stuff like this, you know? But in CS, you actually do this type of movement as well, especially in 1.5, 1.6. There was a lot of movement like that with shotguns. And in Overwatch as well, yes.
It's too low. At this point, I'm walking right into a judge is never the way to go. This
Is there any statistic of win chance if there is or isn't a healer in a team? What is your opinion on this? So for sure it can be done, but I don't think it's it would be telling, because that also will have to be then that would also have to be done with context, like what type of utility your opponents are playing. Because in CS, an example, let's say you would only have flashes, smokes, and mollies and healers, right? Then you could do an easy comparison, because you know how much like damage can be done by utility. But when you play against a team that, an example, has no damaging utility at all, then the increase that then the need for healers is actually smaller. Did they check the left corner? Yeah. Oh, look at this. Look at fucking seeing it doing a spagat. How do you call like this in English? Look at this, like how he looks at this guy. This is the importance. This is the importance of the jet side dashes, drone dashes. Split? Yeah, the leg split, man. The split on split. The split on split. Oh. See? But this is what I'm always trying to explain to everyone in the chat. And this is what those people in Immortal lobbies are missing in solo queue. Those jets who don't do this shit are trash. They're fucking trash. If you're a jet ranked player and you don't do this, you don't side dash, you're trash. Such a fucking boomer. Oh, fuck off. You want my mouse? A little bit dirty. What do you need? But that's too logical. Duelists go, haha, meh, click heads. Yeah, and then fail and blame teammates. I love that. Hey, LJ, by the way. Oh, I have different ones. Yo, I have different ones because I use replacement right now, because the ones that I had, the original ones, were just worn out. So I have replacement skates now. I'm always lurking. Thank you for lurking, my bro. But the gap you have, you can put one into. Oh, the thing here? Yeah, you don't want to use that. You don't want to use that. Take it out. It's 3 grams that you don't need. Ay.
Questioning my knowledge of this game is he has gone undetected towards the backside. But he's dealt with eventually. Most frustrating thing when 4 guys walk past you and the 5th one goes. Come on, man.
Yeah, remind me on Discord, Lion. I'll check it, okay? You need to send me your address so I can check how much will it cost. Like zip code. I need the zip code the most.
You know, sometimes he hits some pretty ridiculous shots which I can't understand.
Cleric, I don't want to do a watch party. Right? Because I want to do in-depth VOD reviews, and doing a watch party and do a VOD review later is just a waste of time. I don't want to do it.
He was to win this round. I would also say that Ascend have lost their minds. So it's a prime game.
I'd really much rather do VOD reviews than do watch parties, because in watch parties I'm not gonna go in as in-depth as in a VOD review.
To 9. A map that is normally the permaban of Ascend. They let it through in this series to challenge versus one of their biggest rivals. We've seen tweets today like, here we go again. We're facing off against our opponents. It's the King of Turkey facing off against the Turkish roster.
Oh, that kill was nice.
They are 1 round away from eliminating Supermassive Blaze. They need 3 in a row to survive.
Blaze, you don't need a new mouse to play golf. Stop bitching.
They've been playing is beautiful, but they're up against Ascend, and Ascend are fired up.
Gambit won the first map 13-2. Okay, that VOD review on Monday might be very short.
I thought he was going into spawn. He just goes straight out of the open and gets a triple kill. How has he gotten away with that? Still on the side open. Mates gonna run straight off Ascend, and Ascend are fired up. And nade to the backside. Pora gonna run straight on through it, actually getting to elbow. He's now in safety.
Good reposition, by the way. I really like that. Oh my.
I thought he was going into spawn.
Oh! Are you seeing this? This would have been a headshot right here. Are you seeing this? This would have been a headshot right here.
He just goes.
Jesus Christ, man. But he won this fight because of a reposition. Then he got lucky a little bit with the transfer on Sage. Because, you know, Vandal. But the thing that wins him the fight is this reposition here. Look. He gets the kill on Zeke, right? Zeke gets info. The guy's behind Billboard. And now, because... Wait. Here we go. And now, because of that, and the paint shells being thrown here, they still think he's behind Billboard. But his reposition, that costs him just a little bit of HP because of the paint shells here, right? Look. It just gives a little bit of damage. No, actually, yeah, he gets a little bit of damage. But because of that reposition, they are not aware of him being in elbow. Because CNET most likely doesn't hear that because of the explosions. So, Bonkold and CNET still think Pora is behind Billboard, right? And because of that, they don't think they're gonna be pushed from elbow.
He's now in safety. His mates rotating in. I thought he was.
See, they're still checking like that. And now Bonkold... Now this is the moment where Bonkold gives them the info, but it's already too late. Look at it here. Look at those movement here. See? They still are checking, so they think that Pora might be sitting in this smoke. And Pora gets now the contact. But those two players are still thinking that he might be inside of the smoke. That's nuts.
Triple kill. How has he gotten away with that? Still on the site. CNET will deal with him. 2 versus 2. Low HP for CNET. Rez comes in. Bonkold somehow connects. And this is looking oddly dangerous. I thought it was a guaranteed round for Supermassive Blaze at a point. But now a plant can be found. Izzy wants to creep forward and catch him, and that he has done. CNET needs a godlike clutch to close this one out, or they will be running it back again.
It's not going to be happening this time. Pora talk about leading by example. That is a peak, which I was thinking is... I'm about leading.
Needs a... Is he?
Why do you plant here? I think it's too risky, right? CNET could just hold with him sight. I think that's miscommunication. I think this is just miscommunication. Like, they should have just hold sight and plant safe. It's already hard to win this round. Why do you make it even harder for yourself? I don't know. They just went for the high risk, high reward, but it was high risk.
I'm going to use the phrase stupid. That was so aggressive. I was like, there is absolutely no way he gets away with anything. And then snaps back to get 2 kills.
Hey, Tanisco. It's straight up the worst map I've ever seen played by both teams.
Absolutely. Without Pora, and honestly, if he goes back to spawn,
Yeah, this is like a really bad rating rank game right now.
And they couldn't even get a spike plant. At the point where they plant the spike and have a setup, the odds swing massively in the attacker's favor. But now, thanks to Pora, they can go again. They can look for 11, try their 2 rounds in a row, and hope for overtime to stay alive in Masters 3.
This time it's the battle for mid. The last 2 rounds have been
I like LG how you are quoting yourself. Oh my god, dude. That gives a little bit of space, but they're not capitalizing on this. So those paint shells didn't really do much. I'm not sure I like this, because they didn't push with it. So he used the paint shells, and there was no effect from this.
Brave started to get a little bit aggressive. He's going to find that there's nobody pushing through the main avenue, and with this trip being broken, I think the A-side players might start to realize there's a likelihood.
Think G2 will win? I hope so. I mean, they should. Wait, what? That was a weird dash. Let me check. But he checked left corner, so okay, that's fine. Oh, he actually didn't. He didn't check the left deep. This dash only gave this position. It didn't check this one. But it's I can still understand why. But the thing is, look at the position on site. Izzy and Pora are playing backside. It's very smart how they play now. And Keelys didn't get them any space yet. So this is a good decision making by Ascend right now to play like this. To go from CT, because otherwise they would have been spammed from side and they wouldn't be able to trade effectively. So I really like this play from going here. But Pora should have been pushed already by Keelys. So this is something I don't like. Look. This is what I always say about pressure points, right? Where this execute starts, and it starts with this wall when the players reach this point. When they reach CT, this is where the execute starts. Once they breach this point, this is where the execute starts. And once they are in this point, this is where this player should push on site. Not later. Not later. And let's pay attention when does that happen.
Split in through middle, but that wall gives it away 100%. The problem is they're isolated on site. Izzy needs to go nuclear.
See? He's still waiting. This is way too late. This is way too late. I think 4-play screens is okay. Because if they split themselves from here and here, they don't have effective trades. So I like that. I like the 4-man push here, but it needed more pressure from the 5th player, from Keelys, from main, way earlier than this.
Swinging around and catching a good angle. Is he only good for the one in the res?
And because of that, it's like a little bit awkward. But it's still effective. But it could have been played way better.
Brave and Turco need a 2 versus 5 to close this one out. They found the first and the second. A 2 kills, super massive blaze in the dumps.
Why do we get 2 isolated kills? I mean, Keelys cannot really do much because he knows there's Brave here and he needs to fight. Like, Starkso looks at the same angle but is not able to help him yet, so he needs to fight. Keelys needs to fight. And he headshots, by the way, Brave for half HP.
Close this one out. They found the first and the second. Maybe we shouldn't count them out.
And Turco gets the kill on CNET, who was ego peeking here. Ego peeking CT with no trades. That's very awkward from CNET.
They found the first and the second. Maybe we shouldn't count them out just yet. Brave walking forward, might catch the timing on Starzo here. No, he's taken down. And so Turco, the clutch player for Supermassive Blaze, is the last alive, and he will fall as well.